of this conference, which is business sustainability in the era of emerging innovation. And when I was thinking this, because I am aware that I'm addressing people or participants who are still trying to get their qualification, a number of them. So I decided to quickly link it to education and skills development. So my brief agenda is that I'm going to have an introduction, and then thereafter I've also nestled it under talent management, because this is exactly what we are talking about, and of course the importance of education and skills development. That is why we are here. But I think more importantly, you want to hear from me on the emerging trends in the human capital development, and then briefly I'll talk about the College of Insurance. Then of course we have what we call the Age Convention Center, which Dr. Wanjau has just mentioned, because he's also in line with what we do. And then I'll do my conclusion. And I want to start with a quote from Anonymous, and quote goes that our assets walk out of the workplace every night, and our job is to ensure that they love coming back every morning. And when we look at education, I looked at it as the act or the process of imparting or acquiring general knowledge, developing the powers of reasoning and judgment, and generally preparing oneself or others intellectually for mature life. But of course, the process of imparting or acquiring particular knowledge or skills for a profession. But when we look at the skill, this is the ability and capacity acquired through deliberate, systematic, and sustained effort to smoothly and adaptably carry out complex activities or job functions involving ideas, in which case this we are referring to the cognitive skills, and of course things that is the technical skills, and the people, interpersonal skills. And we are just talking about these three things: the cognitive skills, technical skills, and interpersonal skills. They all move together. In a number of instances, a number of people do concentrate on technical skills, but later on we will see that all of them are important for us to be able to navigate the dynamic world that we are in. I went ahead just to try to get what is talent, and according to McKinsey, talent is the sum total of a person's abilities, intrinsic gifts, skills, knowledge, experience, intelligence, judgment, attitude, character, drive, and the ability to learn and grow. So very quickly, I wanted us just to go through what we refer to as understanding talent management and the global scenario, or what we are saying, what is happening at the moment, or what is likely to happen. So we are seeing at the moment automation, re-engineering, innovation, high-yield-based jobs in developed markets. Two, we are also seeing outsourcing of work from developed markets to emerging markets. We are also observing companies migrating to developing countries. We see higher growth rates in emerging markets, adding to what we refer to as the demand. Then there is also the unmanaged immigration to developed countries. Technology and information penetration adding to transparency and instability, diminished ambitions, and enhanced expectations, dissatisfaction and instability. And of course, the birth of entrepreneurial opportunities, but scalability has been a challenge. So we are simply trying to say that we are talking about innovation, momentum, and technology. And under this, we are seeing what we refer to as talent crisis. We're looking at a way of how we can win the environment to have the three at a go. So when we want to understand talent management and the global scenario, we are looking at creating strategic recruitment plans to attract the best talent. Two is by identifying and developing leaders at all levels. And the three is to create great workplaces where we are able to attract and retain the best. And of course, to direct the positive energy of people to the right areas. So in terms of generally talent management, when we are looking at talent management, and we are addressing people who are meant to be joining the labor market, whether at the university or any other place, we are basically talking about talent planning. This is exactly what is happening at Karatina, amongst others: recruitment, performance management, learning and development, career planning, amongst compensation management, to all the way to succession planning and how we can measure and report on these successes in terms of the talent profiles and objectives. So in the corporate world, this is what the CEOs are looking for and all the questions that they ask. And I think this is also very good for this audience that we have. Each and every time an opportunity comes up, each and every time they want to do recruitment, they ask some of the following questions. Who are our top performers? How do they hire and how to develop more people like them? And the CEOs always ask themselves, are there enough of them? That is in terms of crisis management, replacement, and business growth. And are we retaining the best employees? But more importantly, these best employees, where did we recruit them from? The other question is there a clear career or succession plan for them? Is there a two-way communication with them? And do the workers have the skills needed to achieve the performance goals of these individual organizations? Are there learning initiatives positively impacting performance? Where is the talent demand outpacing supply? How much of the turnover impacts customers, productivity, innovation, quality? What are the financial consequences of talent decisions in our business? And is anyone in the boardroom worried about the status of the talent pool? And I think maybe one of the key takeaways in this is you can see the CEOs, or what we call the owners of capital, or the guys who give the jobs, they keep on asking, this top performance, where do they come from? There is usually a particular pattern, sometimes from particular universities or from particular fields, and it can even be from particular individuals. So as we think about, we now want to say that our graduates from Karatina University who have joined the job market, there is a way in which the industry, the professionals, are able to know their performance once there. And if they are good performers, then there will always be the drive by the employers to recruit from Karatina. And exactly what the School of Business is doing today is we're talking about building sustainable leadership and futuristic talent management. And what we are simply trying to say that what we are doing now is we are moving from the traditional way of where you are just ensuring that the graduates, all the students just acquire the knowledge, you develop them, deploy, and then return. But you are trying to connect them straight away with the potential employers, the industry, and everybody. So it's now the futuristic talent development. And I'm very happy that Karatina is doing this, acquiring, developing, deploying, returning, but connecting at the same time. And this shows a level of commitment on yourselves so that we can have people who have the capacity and aligned to what the industry or the various sectors expect in terms of performance. And of course, giving an opportunity to the students early enough so that they know what happens in the workplace. And Vakuda from Jay Collins, and he said at one time that organizations need to get the right people on the bus and in the right seats to succeed. And we are saying, that good coaching, training, mentoring, etc. is not likely to make up for bad selection. So the policy is to hire hard and manage easy. So the employer of today, or the employers of today, are looking for people who are already baked and are able to contribute to the development, growth, and performance of the organization. And just in terms of getting and retaining the top talent, we are looking at a number of things by ensuring that even the organizations that we join, or the cultures there, the culture of respect and inclusion is there, opportunity for meaningful work is also created, provision of employment is secure and predictable. Then, of course, the benefits compensations are fair and attractive. The wellness, health, and safety is also guaranteed. And there's what we call the workplace flexibility. And this is the only way that we are able to have the top talent. And because I'm also from the insurance background, or what we call the risk management space, so the retirement benefits sector, whether it's the pension sector, we just wanted to inform you that I just wanted to inform you that there was a research which was carried out by KPMG when we were doing the assignment for the East African community. And now in our field or in our sector, insurance alone, you can see we still have gaps in training and skills in underwriting, claims management, financial management, customer relationship, administration to supervisory, analytical skills, all the way to leadership and public relations. These are still acute, including the actuaries. So the opportunities are still very many in particular areas. Of course, we also do recognize that there are also areas which are already congested or packed, but it's now upon our students to ensure that you get space where you can contribute effectively to the development. I do not want to overemphasize the importance of training and skills development. We are saying somebody is well-trained, somebody is well-skilled, is able to maintain quality in terms of the products or the services that they offer. They are also capable of offering high service standards. They are capable of refreshing the memory of all the employees. And somebody is well-trained is likely to make many more mistakes. And of course, also to provide information to newcomers in our workplace. People who are well-skilled, people who are well-trained are able to raise the productivity of both the employees in the company and of course even the company themselves. They are able to contribute to boosting future innovation and development amongst others. And this is why we are saying that knowledge, skills development is very, very important towards growth and ensuring business sustainability in the era of emerging innovations. Then I just wanted to share with you what we do at the College of Insurance in terms of training and skills development. And I want to indicate that ours is based on broader availability of quality education as a foundation for future training, or building solid bridges between the insurance industry and the college in order to match skills provision to the needs of the various insurance companies, and of course now even the pension industry. Continuous short-term courses to enable employees and companies to adjust to what we refer to as the increasing rapid pace of change, anticipating and building competencies for future needs, and sustaining robust training policies and systems, and sharing knowledge and experiences, and of course in investing in workforce skills. That's our widely shared objective. And we are saying that we also embrace continuous and seamless pathways for learning, development of the core skills which are required, development of highest level skills, professional, technical, and human resources. But more importantly, and I think this is also important to the audience here, is portability of skills. Portability of skills is that the skills you've acquired maybe in this particular field, are you able to transport or move with them to maybe to another sector altogether and fit? But this has become very, very important. And that is why you find there's somebody or some of the employees or some of the people, maybe their initial training was in a particular field, but they are able to adapt to the new environment or to the new space or to the new sector that they find themselves in. Also, employability. Well, some of these programs that we do, some of these courses we do, we look at what is the employability rate of or chances of being employed. And employability, we are not only looking at being employed by an employer. There are a number of courses, and later on we'll just see in my presentation that you are employed to employ yourself. And nowadays we train people so that they are meant to be the employers and not the employees. And of course, I just want to give that quote in between, that if you want a year of prosperity, grow grain. If you want 10 years of prosperity, grow trees. If you want 100 years of prosperity, grow people. This is a Chinese proverb, and this is exactly what is being done at Karatina University amongst so many other institutions of learning where knowledge is being shared. Or what we are trying to do is growing prosperity for 100 years and over. And this is what will determine the future generations of our country and the world. But I wanted just to share some of the emerging market issues. Number one is technology and the rise of analytics. This is one of the big things at the moment. Two is technical knowledge. General knowledge is very, very important, but technical knowledge in specialized areas is required. Three is succession planning. And succession planning, we are talking about of growth of the person when now you get absorbed, you grow so that you can also lead. This is very, very important. And of course, also the cost of knowledge transfer. And here I'm referring to a situation where you have different people, but there are some of them, or a few of them, one of them who is able to get the knowledge very, very fast and progress. We've also seen this even during the days when we left the university, even with our first degrees, where others are able to learn fast, others are slow learners, and that is also expected. And but the guys who are able to pick the knowledge very fast are likely to go up the ladder. Then, of course, we have also diversity and inclusion, where everybody is supposed to be in the process. Long are the days when you say that a particular profession is reserved for a particular segment of people. Nowadays, everybody can do the job. But the new work environment is quickly changing. It is becoming complex and volatile and ambiguous. So sometimes you are absorbed in this job today. The next day, a number of things change. There can be a shift even in the policy of whatever that particular organization is doing. And we are simply trying to say that when you get to the job place, and the job place, we are not only referring to when you are employed. We are saying whatever you are doing, whether it's your own business, you have to recognize that there is volatility, there is uncertainty, there is complexity, and there is also ambiguity. And you need to be changing from time to time so that you can be able to sustain that particular venture business that you've involved yourself in. And I just wanted to indicate from where we sit, recruitment challenges we have in the financial sector, principally insurance, the pension sector, and by extension, the banking sector, because we work with them together. We lack experts in analytics. We are not able to get proper chief executives or executives for that matter. We also still require a number of actuaries, people who have also done technology, underwriters. These are still spaces where most of us can still join. Luckily enough, irrespective of the course that you are doing, you can still move into these areas if you are interested. Then, of course, we are saying that the rise of a complex leader today, the leader today is boundaryless. When Professor Wanjao was reading my brief profile, you must have maybe picked up something that I've had the honor and the privilege to have been the president of the continent. And of course, somebody could be asking the audience, how could he be the president of the continent and just sitting here in Nairobi? You know, right now, of course, right now we are sitting in different locations, but we are able to talk canvas. And this is where we are saying the leader of today is somebody who is meant to be boundaryless, and somebody who is meant to be collaborative, somebody who is supposed to be self-aware, a person who needs to be networked and be able to be adaptable. And this is where the world of today is. And if you do not possess some of these attributes, you may find it very difficult to sit. And of course, we have the gig economy where 40% of the workforce are on contract. And of course, even after COVID-19, a number of people are still working from home. In fact, even what we are doing at the moment is largely driven as a result of COVID-19. That's why we are able to converge virtually, talk, share, and this is the norm, and we will continue going forward. In fact, for a long time, I'm sure you are aware that for a class to take place, the students have to be physically in class and the lecturers have to be physically in class. But this has since changed, and even in the workplaces, that is exactly what is also happening. We've also seen emerging disruptions, and of course, they have a bearing on what we do on a daily basis. The cyberist, the telemedicine, or to the telematics. You know, a long time they would say that for every, maybe in that Karatina region, you say for every area you need a doctor, the population to be served by a doctor. Maybe, I'm just giving an example, you need maybe 1,000 people to be served by one doctor. But now there's even telemedicine. One doctor can even serve over even 10,000, so long as now there's the critical equipments, and of course the diagnosis is done, and then they can always do the prescriptions based on the results, and the doctor can be sitting somewhere else. We've also seen what we call the driverless cars. That means some of the professions are increasingly getting diminished. Artificial intelligence, amongst others, the sharing economy, the Brexits of this world, then of course the private equity influx. All these have a bearing on what we do and where we aspire to be. And so as we move out in the the university environment, I'm talking to maybe to the students who are here, then we also need to understand that these are some of the things which are already there, and of course disrupting a number of things, and disruption in a good way, so that things can work better. And I just wanted to share this. This was from Deloitte Consulting on talent management. But I do not want to waste a lot of time here. But this is all in terms of the key inputs. We are talking about the business priorities, the critical workforce segments, the critical workforce trends. So the issue is to identify, rationalize, and validate. And the intention is to develop capabilities, deploy people, align people to what they know best, connect them, and of course to have their commitment. And the only issue is about workforce planning, recruitment, workforce development, or to performance management, rewards and recognition, and of course the workforce movement. So what we are trying to say, all these are linked to what we are talking about. And because it's an international conference, we have to look at it this way, that we are interlinked with the world. So in terms of trends, we need to focus on four broad areas: leading, engaging, reinventing, and re-imaging, because this is the only way that we can move and be to be good workers going forward. You know, this the simplification of work. This is the coming revolution of machines as a talent, collaboration and not competition. So these are some of the things that we need to be looking at as we navigate going forward. And I wanted just to look at developing the skills of a future leader. So what are some of the critical learning needs? The focus should be on capabilities to address industry disruptors and trends, to meeting needs of an evolving customer base, and of course, increasing millennial workforce. Then we need to formalize knowledge transfer, double down on effective peer-based learning, amongst others, or the mobile delivery and the social media enabled functionality. These are things which are affecting us. We also need to equally understand where the current state, spending goes, and of course, creating opportunities to increasing efficiency, amongst others, and of course, funding improvements through operational savings. These are very, very important going forward for all of us. And I'm just about to conclude, and this is the current scenario, workforce on demand. And I just want to ask ourselves, are we ready? You know, traditionally, all our trainings have been focusing and taking us to be what we refer to as balance sheet employees. And of course, balance sheet employees are what we call the full-time statutory employees of any organization, where the employer bears most of the cost of the employees. But we are now seeing what we call the partnership talent, where our employees are part of the partnership or a joint venture that are used in a written balance sheet. So you may not be an employee in a particular organization, but you can be a partner to that effect. Then we have what we call borrowed talent. Borrowed talent is where employees are part of a value chain or an ecosystem, but they reside in someone else's balance sheet altogether. Then, of course, we have the freelance talent. These are what we call the independent workers that you hire for specific, but usually for temporary projects. Then, of course, we have the open source talent, where people who provide services for you for either free or independently or as part of the community. And we are saying this is what is happening today. And with the large organizations in various industries, then of course with the joint ventures, the strategic alliances, staffing agencies, consulting firms, the independent contractors, to what we call the individual businesses, and to the community boards. So this is the current scenario. So as we get our qualifications, as we aspire to enhance our talents, but this is how the work market is shaped at the moment. And that is why you may find that one person is a balance sheet employee in one organization, but it's a partnership employee somewhere else. He's also a borrowed talent somewhere else. He's a freelance at another point. So this is how the world is shaped today. So when we look at the HR trends to watch, is that we have what we call greater participation, enhanced job responsibilities. Of course, we also work with the millennials of today. Then, of course, staying abreast with technology. This is very, very important, because there's nothing that you can do without technology. That is exactly what we are doing at the moment. Predictive analytics and the big data, very, very important. Recruiting a diverse workforce, and the dynamic internal challenges. These are things that we face today. And I want to conclude that we need to focus on what matters, and this is the new way of thinking. And therefore, the develop, deploy, connect model differentiates itself in 3 ways. 1, focus on critical workforce segments. 2, don't just acquire talent, but develop and grow the talent. And 3 is integrate human capital programs to create a cohesive talent management strategy based on business priorities. And I just want to indicate this is the College of Insurance. The name could be very restrictive, but at the College of Insurance, we also have schools, and you can see the number of schools that we have. So we have the School of Risk Management in collaboration with the Institute of Risk Management UK. We have the School of Insurance. That's where we do the insurance programs. By the way, the College of Insurance, the name remains because that's when it was started for the insurance programs, but in between you've seen we moved to another program. Then, of course, we have the School of Pensions in collaboration with the Humber University of Canada, the School of Business Management and Leadership courses. These are short-term programs. School of Special Programs. This is where we have what we call the Weather Index Insurance, Agriculture Insurance, the TACA Insurance, amongst others. Then we have the School of External Programs. So we are probably aware that currently the College of Insurance trains for 18 countries in Africa. Just from down there, we do Botswana, we do Namibia, we do Zimbabwe, Zambia, we do it up to Southern Sudan, we do Burundi, we do Rwanda, and a host of other countries. We do part of the programs in Ghana. We have also other programs in Nigeria, amongst others. Then, of course, we have also the School of Degree programs in collaboration with what we call the Howard University of Washington. We also have the Institute of Research and Development, amongst others, then the Actuarial Science and the Loss Adjusting. So those are the specialist areas where we guys undertake knowledge development and transfer. In terms of partnerships, we have a number of partnerships, both with local universities and our international universities. We have with the University of Nairobi, Management University, Moi University, Jaramogi Oginga University. INCF is the Global University of Malaysia on TACA for Insurance. And we are at advanced stages of also working with Karatina University. In terms of partnerships, we still partner with a number of bodies, the Insurance Regulatory Authority, the Humber Center for Employee Benefits, the World Bank, the Kenya Maritime Authority, United States Agency for International Development, the UNDP, AMSCO, that's the capacity building arm, the East African community, the COMESA. We are the trainers for what they call the third-party yellow card for the 22 COMESA countries. We have other linkages, and the linkages are with these other bodies: the African Insurance Organization, the World Bank, the Organization of Eastern and Southern Africa, amongst others. The ATI is the Africa Trade Insurance Agency, which is also an institution of the African Union, amongst others. And this is the age that we are saying that we put up together. Yes, I want to now leave you with this quote from Aristotle. And he said that excellence is an art won by training and habituation. We do not act rightly because we have a virtue or excellence, but we rather have those because we have acted rightly. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act. It is not an act, but a habit. And I want to end there, and I want to thank you very much for taking a few minutes of your time to listen to me. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Asante sana. I think this is a very good presentation that is worth repeating and listening to again. I would want us to take a moment and just, we have those flowers and congratulations and something there. If you could go ahead and do them, we would appreciate. Just make a comment about what you think about the presentation. For me, I think it is very, very good. Asante sana, Dr. Ben Kajwang. I think this has been a very, very eye-opening. I think it was not just zeroed in on just business, but the entire spectrum. And especially for me, take home just the last part when you're talking about how to go talent manage and the things that are supposed to be done, and you practically show it, how you connect, and even the fact that you clearly indicated that you have collaboration separate, and we have linkages separate, and we have partnerships separate. I think those are some of the take homes that we are learning. So we really appreciate, please continue making your comments down there. But I'd want to call Professor Wanjau, who would be taking the questions and comments in this session. You may want to lead that part. And thank you even for stepping in and doing a proper introduction of our guest. So even as you make your comment, I want to invite Professor Wanjau. You will start by making a comment, and then we will get other comments. If there's anybody with a comment, you want to make it either audibly, or if you want to make a comment just on the chat, then Professor Wanjau will pick it up from there. Right after that, then Eunice will be ready to do the honors of the photo, and then we will see what else follows after that. So Professor Wanjau, you'll do that. Let's continue having those comments coming. Asante sana, Daktari, and that was a very good presentation. I'm hoping that on the side, we will get the presentation or a major part of it, because there are some of those things, as I said, you give us license to practice and also license to teach. Asante sana. Prof, karibu.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Omondi, for that. Dr. Ben Kajwang, thank you. As usual, you don't disappoint. Every time we have invited you or even have listened to you, there's always something to learn. And it's not one or two, a lot. There's a lot to learn from you. And even the way you have been able to combine your discipline with another another profession, strategic management and insurance, that's something that is very encouraging. From your presentation, Nurturing a Competitive Global Profession, you've touched on quite a number of areas. Dr. Omondi has mentioned his. I'll also mention mine before I request my colleagues and friends to raise ask some questions. I noted about the rise of the complex leader, the gig economy, very important, in line with your presentation, talent management, an area that I know you're passionate about. And then just bringing focus on the trends that we need to focus on. That's leading, engaging, reinventing, and reimagining. And then something that when we invited you and you really emphasized, and you said you're ready even to come and talk about it, even on short notice to our students, developing skills, or I've coined it my way because of the entrepreneurial mindset I have, developing skills for a disruptive economy. And then reminding us that as you become competitive as an organization, you need always to rethink and continuously rethink and focus on what matters. That's the new approach of thinking. Thank you very much, Dr. Ben Kajwang, once again. And it's an honor just to have you being part and parcel of this particular conference and even accepting to be our chief guest. So I would like to ask participants to, if you have any comment or question, this is your chance. And I can see Professor Eunice Kamara, your hand is raised. You'd like to start us off?
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to make this comment. It's more of a comment than a question. First, I'd like to profoundly thank the guest speaker, the chief guest, and appreciate what he has given us. It's extremely insightful, very, very, as you can see in the comment section, people are commenting and showing that it's been of great value to them. I would like to comment specifically to appreciate the recognition that talent is not merely about, all human resources, capacity is not necessarily just about technical skills or cognitive skills. It's also about interpersonal skills. It's very often, even when we are teaching, we take a lot of effort to explain issues at the psychomotor level, at the cognitive level, but we rarely go to the affective level. And yet, this is at the center of human relationships. And business, whatever business, is always about human relationships. Before you even talk about producing anything, you must relate with another human person or relate with something else, with something before you can produce. So I really very much appreciate that. However, I would have liked to see this continue throughout the conversation. At some point, I noticed that we spoke less of skills, we spoke less of ethics. At some point, there is mention of diversity and inclusivity, which is part of those interpersonal skills. But I think we could put much more emphasis on that. At the point of recruiting people, are we thinking about their integrity? Or we just recruit because they have good technical skills, they have good cognitive skills? When we are thinking of VUCA, the current environment, which is volatile, which is uncertain, which is complex, what keeps people moving is not supervision, is not somebody watching to see that you're doing the right thing. It's about people doing the right thing wherever they are. You are working from home, are you ethical? You're working from wherever you are doing this. It's an uncertain environment. There's a lot of complexity. I think ethics becomes very central in terms of talent management, in terms of entrepreneurship and the success that goes with this kind of thing. But by and large, even your conclusion, your very last statement from Aristotle, I underlined the fact that you talked about acting rightly. It's not so much about skills. It's not so much about excellence. It's very much about acting right. So thank you very much. I very much appreciate this. And yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. It's an honor. It's a privilege to have listened to this keynote speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that comment. Yes, given time, actually, he's good in those areas. He's good in talking about ethics and connectivity. I would like to take two more before Dr. Kajwang makes his comment or reacts. Then I have, before I go to Dr. Alice Kamau, Dr. Omondi, just say something. I can see you have written something on the chat. Just ask your question, please.
Okay, thank you. I'd actually written it on the chat. There is a very interesting model that I saw, and I think he highlighted it. There are two. There is a futuristic way of developing talent, and there was an old traditional way where the old was develop, then come to a point, then deploy such. But there's one which has come, which has the connect aspect of it. So my question was how to clarify on how this connect, how that connect will be done, so that as you are still developing, you are still connecting, and before you deploy, how can that be done without compromising the quality of what you're developing? Because there's sometimes you can be so keen to get them prepared for the market, and you lose out on the aspects of really developing. And I think that has been a fight right now. We are told sometimes that you're developing a half-baked, because when they go out there, they have to be retrained. But for you who's training, you're training a generalist who can fit into many other places. So how do we connect without compromising the training, so that we don't keep our eye on the deployment, the preparing for the market, and yet give the skills and the intellectual capacity that is needed? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Omondi. One more question, Dr. Alice, and then Dr. Ben, you take over. You react to those
Thank you.
suggestions.
Thank you, Prof. Mine is not a question, but I want to comment. Really appreciate Dr. Kajwang for that presentation, because I can see it is actually in our area, human resource management. And I'll go back to the question that I asked in my introductory remark. What are we teaching in class? How relevant is it? Yeah, we can see this is very new knowledge to us. And I think it's a higher time we re-engineered our curriculum that is in human resource management to be really relevant out there, to produce products that are quality out there. Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Kajwang, go on.
Yeah, so thank you very
Interesting
much.
comments.
Yeah, I've seen the comments and they're very interesting, and thank you once more. Let me start with what Dr. Omondi was talking about when we have now introduced the word connect. I think you're back in the university environment, Dr. Wanjao, but you are also part of the guys in the corporate sector. You know, these are two worlds. They can be the same, and at the same time, sometimes they can be different. And, you know, when I was talking about some of the partnerships that we have, you can see we have with some of the universities over there. That is that process of connecting. Connecting simply means that here we are preparing our students now to go to the job market. But at the same time, we are trying to tell them this is where that job market is. Please, we can arrange tours and visits, and you see that particular job market in that particular sector. You see what they are doing, so that even when they finish and graduate, at the time of graduation, they are not entirely new to whatever is happening. So we have seen this, and like me, my first degree, I did a Bachelor of Commerce at the University of Nairobi during those days. I'll not state which particular period because we have also ladies in the house. They can guess my age. But anyway, that's a story for another day. But what I can remember then is that the people who will get opportunities immediately and get good jobs are people who are already connected to the industry. And this is exactly what is happening all over at the moment. So it's not a matter of compromising quality. In fact, it's a matter of seeing how it is done practically in those particular places. So in terms of attachments, in terms of visits, and in terms of even lectures like this, where you already have people who are already in the industry, people who have already been practicing, or telling this is exactly what is happening. I want to just give a small story. When we hosted the Africa Insurance Organization, the umbrella body of all the insurance players in the continent, then it was here at our place, the Age Convention Center that you have just seen, and that is also built by ourselves. Actually, I led that whole project from thinking about it, putting it up until it's now at the level of operation. But the point I wanted to bring is that when people came also from Kenya, I mean the delegates from Kenya, they are saying, where are these our big guys? The Britams of this world, the Kenya Reinsurance Corporation, because it was an insurance event. Then somebody told them, yes, they are there, but when you get to the continent, they are small boys or small girls for that matter. So the point is, you need to be connected so that you start thinking big from day one. So that is exactly what I'm trying to say. Number two, it will take a shorter time to be trained also now to acquire the skills required in the job place. And that is why right now it's about connecting people. It's not just giving the knowledge, but you deploy, connect, so that when they get in, they fit very fast. In fact, there was one of the slides where one of the questions CEOs asked is, where do we recruit from? These are our top performers. So it's all about connecting and connecting to the world. The other issue, question has been asked by Felix Chesigor. And he's saying, of course, thanking me about the presentation, but saying that several years back, the Cooperative College of Kenya, which transformed into Corporate University of Kenya, does the College of Insurance have a similar plan to become a university in future? And I can say no, not to our knowledge. We've decided to concentrate on our core areas. And when we decided to concentrate in our core areas, because this supplements what is being done at the universities. When we now come to that, or to that sphere, we may not be able to compete with what we call the Karatena universities and all the other universities. So we decided to remain in our own space and to champion and bring all these issues together. And I'm also happy that the DVC asked, when we are training, the issues of ethics, there was little mention about it. But I'm sure that when we are talking about ethical responsibility, fiduciary responsibility, this is the institution which trains virtually everybody. In fact, Dr. Mondi, the course you came for, what we call the Trustee Development Program, this is probably the most popular course in Kenya now. And we want to indicate that we are privileged that all appointments, presidential appointments or national appointments, anybody who is appointed as chair of any board or director of any board, they all pass through our institution for what we refer to as the fiduciary responsibility, because you are in charge of assets and funds belonging to what we call, well, the public or third parties altogether. So ethics is big time being trained at our place, but not under the heading ethics, but how to guard and ensure that everything that we do with utmost of good faith. We do by ensuring that we are fair to all the parties that we deal with. And I think I've answered all the issues, or made the comments on all the areas which have been raised. And I want to thank you once more for inviting me. I'm free still to take any comments.
Yeah, just one more, and then we move on. That is from Dr. Teresia. Dr. Teresia, would you like to, would you like to talk? Dr. Chalo, please, can we hear your voice?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kajwang, for the very, very insightful presentation. My concern is that there is emergence of the AI and also the machine learning, whereby most of the young people, we call them the Generation Z, are so much kind of they have come into the use of this AI and the machine learning. How do we leverage on this talent management? Because you find that in essence, most of them are driven. Like what is happening is that even in class, when we give assignments, when we give research, you find that the young people, because of the way the technology has advanced, they just sit down and get information, and this actually affects the integration of this into their system. How do we now circumvent this issue as we want to create and also manage talents? Thank you.
So thank you very much for those comments. Artificial intelligence and machine learning has made life even easier. We've even moved to other areas called robotics and the blockchain, especially in the insurance industry. And, at one point of time, I think there was the fear that they will take the jobs from people. You're also mentioning that when you're developing talent, and of course, these guys can actually get all this information very, very fast. But remember, this is basically to complement, because for you to get the right information and artificial intelligence, machine learning, you already need to have the knowledge, the competencies to use these other things. So it's basically about complementing each other. If anything, it makes even life easy. It makes the global economy competitive, efficient, because with all this, you can get all the information at your fingertips and move forward. But as you're saying, the future is also in technology. There should be an element of technology. When I was sharing with you what we call the trends in the market, of what we call the leader. The leader of today is, operates in a complex environment, an environment which is disruptive, an environment which is ambiguous, and things keep on changing. And that is why we say it's always good to have the knowledge. The people with the talent will go the extra mile, because even whatever has been developed today in machine learning, chances are, or in all probability, amendments or revisions will still be there. And this is where we still need all these professionals to move forward. I hope I've answered you to that respect.
Thank you, Dr. Kajwang, and for responding to that. We will share your email, if you don't mind, your corporate email, with my colleagues, so that if they have any other comment or suggestion, they can get in touch with you. Yeah, and sorry, your presentation also is in line with the gentleman that I like quoting. He's an American futurist and self-described social engineer. And he says that in order to design a future of positive change, you must first become expert at changing minds. That is something that I always find in your presentations when you're talking to managers and also the young ones, who I know now they took your presentation previously, and even there are some on this particular platform, and I know they have learned a lot. Thank you very much, Dr. And allow me to request Dr. Omondi to take over the session. Thank you once again. Dr.
Thank
Kajwang.
you, thank you.
And I
thank
know
you.
we'll engage you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wanjau. Thank you very much, our keynote speaker. We appreciate, thank you very much for your time and for the presentation. We want to get to the next, in interest of time. I would want to introduce and welcome Professor Macharia. To pick up from here, you're going to introduce the next speaker. We are supposed to have a photo session. What I propose to do is as you introduce the speaker, we would put on our cameras as you go ahead. Then Muraguri, Dr. Eunice will take the photos and we'll continue so that we don't have a break in between there. So welcome, Professor. Introduce the next speaker. Let's put our mics on, our cameras on, so Eunice can go ahead and take the photos even as the speaker is being introduced. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Omondi. I hope that you can hear me. And thank you very much. We've had the chief guest. He did a very good job. And we are good students who keep remembering what he has said. I think at this point, I don't know, Dr. Omondi, I thought that everybody, it takes like seconds to take the photo because some people switch off their cameras and the screen will look like a blank with only 3 people. We can take 30 seconds to do that. Then I introduce the next speaker. Eunice, please.
I'd ask them to do it.
Can we switch on? Can we switch on our cameras?
Your cameras. Eunice, go
switch on our cameras. This is being recorded and they would like to see who is in the conference so that they don't just see a black screen. Please switch on your cameras, the ones who are able to.
Koros, kindly take the photo. Koros. Koros, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. I can hear you.
Yeah, take the photo, please.
Okay,
Mike.
Are we done? Oh, you said you unmute the cameras, not the mics.
So
okay.
If Koros is through, I can proceed.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Omondi. I'll take this opportunity to greet you again. Good morning. Welcome to Karatina University. I have the honors of introducing our other speaker, who is not a stranger to Karatina University because he's been our friend for like the last 3 years. Let me try to introduce him formally, then I'll be able to tell you the other things. So I am introducing Professor Bright Nwaru, the founder and executive director, African Science Volunteers Initiative. Professor Nwaru is in epidemiology, is epidemiologist in respiratory diseases and analgology at Keftin Research Center and Wallenberg Center for Molecular and Translational Medicine, Institute of Medicine, University of Gothenburg, Sweden, adjunct professor, Department of Epidemiology, Health Sciences, Faculty of Sciences, University of Tampere, Finland. Professor Nwaru is interested in a lot of things, as he's done quite much. One of his current research programs focuses on deciphering the role of sex steroids hormones in asthma in women. Although endogenous and exogenous sex steroids have been suspected to largely explain observed gender-related differences in asthma for many decades, a putative answer has so far been elusive. So what we are saying is that he has a lot of international collaboration with others. Internationally, Professor Nwaru collaborates with colleagues from the University of Edinburgh, King's College London, from the University of Helsinki and Tampere. Nationally, he collaborates with colleagues from the University of Gothenburg and Karolinska Institute. I apologize for pronouncing the names. What I'm interested in most, because I want to add this to his name, is that he is highly published. And when you check, you will see that his articles are very informative. He has conducted a lot of research. You will find him on Google Scholar, among many others. And most important, he is a researcher who is very serious about research and conducting research. And this one I can talk from experience, because at Karatina University, he has trained us several times. We haven't paid African Frontiers to teach us, but he has trained us several times on conducting research, how to write proposals, how to write the research question, how the process of research, everything, publishing, even how to communicate research findings internationally in refereed journals and all that. And even when he's not training us, he is training others. So his training is not limited to Karatina University. So he's training regionally in Africa, in Europe, and others. So today we are privileged to have somebody who is well-versed in what he does, somebody who is well-versed in research, somebody who is well-versed in dynamics of what is happening in academia. And that is why, as a person who is dealing with and who founded African Volunteers, he has done quite well. For this, I'm very happy he's with us. Welcome, Professor Bright Nwaru, to give your speech.
All right, thank you, Professor Macharia, for this introduction. Do you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah, that is about me. Honestly, when Dr. Kiambati sent me the invite, I was asking her whether I actually fitted into the program you have, because this is coming from business. I'm not a business person, although I'm interested in knowledge across boards. But yeah, she said I could fit in. So what I plan with the time I have is to tell you a story of what we're doing, not about my research per se, but a story of the effort we are making with our initiative. So I will start by saying that I observe every other protocol that is in the house, and I have to really applaud the last guest speaker for the insight he shared. Some of the things he mentioned are very passionate to me. So thank you, Dr. Kanjuag, for those insights, particularly in the area of capacity building. And this is something that cuts across disciplines. So I am really happy to be here this morning. Let me put on my slide while I make some introductory remarks. So as you can see, I am from the field of medicine, health, public health. That is my core area. But I remember last November, my university here organized leadership training for senior staff, and they brought this Danish leadership trainer who told me personally that he was actually one of those during the time Mandela started. So he was one of those that trained leaders from the Mandela's party. So when I heard that, because I know this is a big platform, when I heard that, I realized that he's an important guy. But anyway, what happened was that before the training, he usually have the leadership training with very few persons. And so he will, first of all, want to understand who you are. So he will ask you to send names of your group members, your research group members. He would like to interview them to know the type of person you are, and he will ask all kinds of questions to them. He will ask you to give him some insight about some of the activities you're involved in. And so one of the things I sent to him is one of what I'm going to tell you today. I sent him about what we're doing with African Science Frontiers Initiatives, and that is actually the full meaning of ASFI, African Science Frontiers Initiatives. So he took time to go through this platform. And I remember the day, the training was 2 days. The first day, I was the first person that got to the hotel where we have having the training. And when he heard I came, he came down to meet me. And he said, Bright, I am so astonished with what you're doing. I didn't know. Do you combine this with your research? And so my colleague who was there, he really was fantasizing, saying lots of things. He said, I have been in this area, leadership capacity building for more than 40 years. And we have not been able to do what Bright is doing. This is fantastic. And so he went further that the second day of the leadership training was about what we are doing in ASFI. He changed his program. Well, I'm not trying to boast with this, but I think this was a recognition that stories from Africa can actually become important in the global setting. And so that is what I'm going to, with the few times I have now, to tell you about the African Science Initiatives. But I thank Dr. Kellen Kiambati for the invitation because we have had very good collaboration and experience together in the last, I would say 4 years, actually, not 3 years. In the last 4 years, we have had very good interactions. So I captioned it as innovating a digital community for Africans. All right. I am really very passionate about research. I left my home country. This year is exactly 21 years when I left my home country. I finished my bachelor's in 2002 and 2003, I left. And since then, I have been abroad. I have built my career. Now I have got to the peak of the academic career. And since I left my country, I left on a scholarship. And throughout, I had my educations, degrees. I never paid a dime. And that is good. But, through this process, I came to learn quite a lot of things that I believe that we do not have much of those opportunities in Africa. So one innate passion I have had is, how do I give back to Africa? It's something that really affects me a lot and affected me for a long time. So when I finished my PhD in 2012, I started making efforts to contact colleagues, but it didn't work out. So one thing I have learned here is that research is important, and researchers have a very strong voice in this part of the world. Researchers have a very strong voice. The government does not deal without research. There must be evidence. And here on the screen is a statistics from UNESCO. It's a public statistics showing contribution of different countries to global research and development. One thing that is here, you can see, the bigger the cycle, the more important contributions you're making. Is that no African country spends up to 1% of its GDP on scientific research. In terms of researchers present in the country, Morocco has the largest. Nigeria, where I come from, has only 38 researchers per 1 million inhabitants. And we have called ourselves Giant of Africa for a long time. Well, I don't know what makes a giant really. I know Goliath was big. He was a warrior. There was evidence also, not just because he was big, but there was evidence of his impact. So Nigeria calls itself Giant of Africa, but you can see. But one thing here is that there is a very, very linear correlation between spending in research, number of researchers in a country, to development. It's as simple as that. All right, it's as simple as that. And so the more you spend, the more you increase capacity for research, the more development will come. And the less you spend, the less it's also development in the country. So that's one of the things that really bothered me. Yeah, even though we have this definition of science as the pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of natural and social world, following a systematic methodology based on evidence, this is the Science Council. Even though we have this, many of us take this too theoretical. And that is not my way of thinking of what research is. That is not my training. That is not my conviction. So when I look back to Africa, I see many of my colleagues I interact, the research is still very at a theoretical level. All right. But when I go to UNESCO again, I see some aspects of how they define science or research that really align with what I believe. And here it says it is the greatest collective endeavor. One is that it's something that we don't do alone, we don't do independently. And when we do it rightly, do it collectively, it leads to a number of things that can happen in our society. It will give us the pathway to develop ways to live longer and healthier, to develop medicine to cure our disease. And for Africa, this is quite important because when the COVID struck, Africa was waiting for vaccines from outside Africa. It was a long wait, and we don't know what happens. We don't pray things like that happen again. But yeah, it was a big problem. So research, we provide water, we provide food, we provide energy. In fact, we make our life even more fun. All right, and they concluded by saying that science or research must respond to societal needs and global challenges. It means if I set out to become a scientist or researcher, if the big picture does not end in this output, personally, I can use the strong word that we have failed. This is the basic. This is basic. So these things motivated me to really move towards back home. All right, to ask myself what is happening at home in Africa. How can I contribute? All right, and I was convinced that our story can be changed through research. Yes. Our story can be changed through, when we do research, provide evidence-based interventions. All right. In my country, you see, as the rainy season comes now, many houses will be swept, many communities will be swept by flood. What can be done? That is not only an African problem. It's a problem that many societies have had. As basic as that is, how can we develop strategies to prevent that happening? How can we, having the vast lands we have in Africa, not depend on food from outside Africa? How can we do that? These are basic things. And so I thought that we have a long way to go, but we can go there today. Now, this conference, you're looking at technology, and it has become important. So this is how our world looks today. It is highly connected. It is highly connected, and there is no going back about it. We are going to improve. In fact, the field of AI, which is of interest to me, even in my research, is threatening humanity. It's threatening humanity in different fronts. It's a good thing, but if we continue to become lazy, I tell you that robots may take control of the street. Anyway, but this is our realities today. Technology-less society is dead. It's dead. It cannot stand. Our world has become a mobile tablet, and I hope you realize that you can hold your phone and do a lot of things without stepping out. COVID brought some realities that we can't dispute, how people are connected. And that is the story I'll be telling you in my presentation here. Innovation is the king, all right? No society survives without it. Doing things differently, bringing novel things, doing things that have not been done. Because in the world we live, we have those possibilities because God has put those possibilities amongst us. But in all of this, where is Africa? That is the big question that has troubled me. And I believe that is why we are also gathered here. Use of technology, my country made and continues to make a strong name, because I wonder how these guys can sit in their rooms in Nigeria, use technology that was not developed by them, developed by the white man in the white man's land, use it to dupe people of millions, if not billions of dollars. And there in Africa are kings on the street. They are worshipped by using technology. This is the bad use of technology. But what this tells me, and why I'm bringing it up, is that it gives the story of potential in Africa, of using technology who can transform this to do what is right, what is good. Yes. So this is a wonder for me. So in 2020, when the COVID struck, and this is a story how it started for me. In some of my lectures here, because my university has some collaborations with some African universities in Africa. So I was to teach a course in March 2020, and students have registered from different countries in Africa, and usually they will come here. But the borders were closed. The university said everybody go online. I've never taught online before. I struggled with some. I still remember the first earphone I bought, and I didn't use it eventually because I had to connect it, and my students were complaining that they can't hear me, so I dropped it and I spoke to the mic. Anyway, so it was really a learning process. But what happened was that those African students couldn't come because the borders were, so they missed the course. And because online teaching was not very common at that time, they couldn't join in. So when that happened, the passion I've had, it really gave me concern. The passion I've had all this while, how do I go reach out? And when I taught the first course, it went through. I said, this is it. I could use this platform. So I made a call for a course, and I got people applying. I remember the number at that time was 110 people that applied across Africa. I selected 40 and I taught 40. And after that, I sent out advert for another course later that year. And so that's how we continued. And once this was happening, it was a capacity building platform. I discovered that there is hunger for this amongst Africans. That some of the courses we got up to 2,000 applications when we need around 100. And this was the story that changed what I'm doing today. So the African story is the story that we have potentials. It's a story that for scientists, you need to contribute because it's a necessity. It's a necessity. But unfortunately, many African scientists do not have the capacity to do life-changing, impactful research. It's not their fault. We have systemic issues. And so for those of us who have had the opportunity to come to this part of the world, I believe that we also have responsibility. So the story of SFI started from there. And since then, we have never looked back. So it's a non-for-profit organization, and we want to create a platform for science and research capacity building in Africa. So 2020 was the journey. We have very big ambition to raise the next generation of African scientists who have the right competencies to drive Africa's developmental and transformational agenda through innovative scientific research. There is very big emphasis on excellence in this platform, because that is what I believe. That is what I believe. And I will come back to talking about some of the platforms and journal we have set up. But just to let you know, having worked with Africans, I remember one of the speakers, sorry, I can't remember your name, but you were saying something that was important. I mean, one of the respondents to Dr. Kanjiwak's speech was saying that attitudinal change of attitude. You see, some of the things we have in Africa that is impediment are not just the infrastructure and opportunities, but many of us have grown with some attitudes that are inhibitive of progress. So take, for instance, we just established a journal. I will come back to that. And then you submit a paper. We'll ask you to list some reviewers, potential reviewers to help our work. And so we got a paper, I think, the beginning of this week. And this person listed reviewers. And because I've been working with my fellow Africans and I know how some think, some may suggest their friends. So it is the editor's discretion to choose which reviewer. So I asked the editorial staff, don't send the papers to those reviewers. Look for reviewers from our database. But one of the reviewers sent another person's paper to that reviewer. All right. The editorial staff was surprised what I was trying to do, but it really demonstrated. And so these people who submitted this paper now wrote back to say that we sent the wrong paper to one of their reviewers. I said, this is it. All right. And so it means that the author and the reviewer is a friend. And so when the reviewer received another paper, the reviewer communicated with the author to say, well, I didn't get your paper. What happened? And so since a few days now, the authors have been writing. And I said, editorial staff, write to them. This is not an argument. In fact, what they have done is unethical. You can't get your friend to review your paper. If we want to make our science to have impact, to be excellent, we need to take the necessary steps. So this is not an argument. If they see stress about that, you can ask them to withdraw the paper. All right, so it is important that we stress excellence, and this is one of the things we try to do in this. So the mandate we have here with my team is to mobilize Africans for scientific revolution. And what I mean by revolution is not going to the street. We want to start with changing attitude of what we do, because that is important. Thinking of our research being the bedrock of societal development, African society's development. We need to think about that. We need to ensure that leaving our home to go to the office, what motivates us is how do we contribute to our societies. And then the second mandate is to capitalize on technology to create a connected community of African scientists, break the barriers of space and time, create a community of belonging for all, young and old, men and women, regardless of where you come from, create a platform where Africans can learn, educate, collaborate, publish, be visible, mentor, and be mentored, supervised, and be supervised, and then form a solidarity community. For instance, at the beginning of this year, given what is happening in Sudan, we sent out a circular to Sudanese community, home and abroad. We asked them, we have a platform, ASFI Sudanese scientists. You are welcome to come to ASFI free of charge, take all our courses this year free of charge, communicate. And we have had close to 700 Sudanese scientists joining. Every day we keep receiving. And so to form such solidarity community. So these are some of the things we do. And emphasizing the use of technology here, just to align with what you are saying. And what has happened here is that all of those who have participated in our programs, all of those who are working with me, all of those who have taught, all of those we have trained more than 2,500 African scientists, most of them in 40-hour courses since we started, and none of them have I met one-on-one. None. What I do is at the table I'm using to present to you today, that is where I sit, and then I keep on, just from the comfort of my home, reaching out to thousands of people, illustrating that technology, as I said, is indispensable today. All right. So we call this seminars, it's monthly seminars. We have every last Sunday of each month, 2 hours. We come there, we invite African sons and daughters. Some of them are panel discussions, some of them are open discussions where we come together and make our efforts known. And some of them are experiences of career breakthroughs and experiences. And I think this is very fantastic. Since we started, we have not stopped. It is getting better and better every time. And yes, technology gives us those opportunities. And many people have come to learn and become better through these avenues. Then I also have what I call the Dr. Warren's Research Tips and Tricks, which now this month we have the 27th edition. So it's monthly for more than 2 years. We have been running this every month. 1 hour I used to provide some insight and encouragement to my African brothers and sisters. And yeah, from the discussion you have had from the first speaker, we don't only talk about the science, but we also talk about intrapersonal and interpersonal relationship. For instance, you think of ignorance. What does ignorance have to do with science? What does failure have to do with science? And you have this year, we're looking at a series I call Scientists' Success Virtues. Things like passion, things like curiosity, things like patience, things like persistence. Many scientists fail not because they are bad scientists in terms of raising questions, raising ideas, working through it, but because they may not have patience, they may not persist. And so we believe that these various aspects are important. So we have various courses that cut across the different research spectrums, from question formulation to publishing. And if you go to our website, you can see some of our statistics between 2020 and 2022 there. Yeah. Last year we had our first virtual annual conference. We call it multidisciplinary conference. As you're having this few days, we had last year 3 days of really insightful and engaging opportunity. We had over 150 African sons and daughters joining us. This year we will be much. And so this year we have Unleashing Innovation in African Research. All these are done digitally, capitalizing on the opportunities technology provides. And we also introduced what we call match mentoring this year, in which, going to our database, we identify those who have shown interest in mentoring as junior researchers or junior career persons. We match them to senior ones, and they continue to discuss. We evaluate the process and they support them. This is also happening digitally. Many of these people have not had one-on-one contact before, they have never met. But technology is providing us opportunity across space and time. Last 2 years, we started a project we call ASFI Scholar. I will stop sharing this and I will show you what is here. I will show you what is here very quickly. So this is it. We have created this platform. I will log in here. It's asfischolar.org. I will log in here. We have created it to bring African scholars together, African scientists, African career persons. It doesn't matter the field you are. It's called ASFI Scholar. If you log in, there are many things you can see here. This is my own dashboard. If you join, you have different things, dashboard library. In this place, you can upload your document, your papers you have published. I've not updated my own page, but I will do that just to show you what we have. If you have lectures you want to contribute to the community, like the past last speaker, you can put your tutorials, you can put your podcasts. When you upload your documents, your publications, they can be here. You can join a space. Space here means communities of scientists. So we can create a space where we can work together from different countries. We can work on a project together. The directory here is a place where you can see those who have joined. You can follow people. And so this is one of the platforms. Goodness me, it looks like I was not showing you what I was actually describing. Sorry about that. But this is it. Let me see if I can log out and show you. So this is ASFI Scholar. Yeah, this is where we start. This is where we start. And you log in. This is the website. We'll log in here. And then if you have not created your profile, you can create before you log in. So this is my own dashboard here. And so I was talking about these different things. You can upload your publications, your books, whatever, and that will be reflecting when you upload how many you uploaded. So I was talking about the spaces here. You can create communities where you can invite people to work together. All right, you have directory here where you can see those who have joined the platform. You can follow people. You can see those I'm following. If you want to see those I'm following, if you want to see everybody on the platform. And so this is a platform we have created in which we can connect together as Africans. We are still developing it. And if I go to my profile, to edit my profile here. You can see my profile. And one thing I want to show you here is that those of you who belong to other external platforms, you can bring your LinkedIn page page here, URL. You can bring your Facebook, X account, Instagram, ResearchGate, Google Scholar. All those are possible here. All right, so this is one of the platforms. It's still being developed. And one thing here, and as the previous speaker was speaking, he mentioned a lot about capacity building. One thing here is that when we had this idea, we contacted some African bright young men who just finished from university, had nothing to do, and we described this platform for them. It became a capacity building thing for them, and they started working on it, and they saw that they can do something like it. Another fantastic one is what we call the ASFI Meet, also demonstrating the capabilities of technology. And I will quickly show you this. If I go back to this, ASFI Meet is a teleconference project we have created. Last year, when we had our conference, we use it so I can create a room. It's video like this as you have in Zoom. So if I go here, I start the room, you can see what happens. Yep. Now, because Zoom has taken my video, the video is not showing, but this is exactly what you can find in Zoom. You make your selections and then you join the room. Yeah, if other people join, we can all join here. But one thing that is important with this platform we have created here is that we can, for conferences like this, integrate poster viewing. So people are submitting their posters to our conference, and so we can view posters as well. They are not just only video conferencing. And so we have also our journal we have now launched. We have submission to the first issue that will be published in September, all online. Technology, capitalizing on what good technology is doing. We also have research programs in which we are conducting research, particularly surveys across Africa. Everything is happening online. And so technology has been helping us to do that. And everything we do in ASFI are all available on our YouTube channel. So you can go there and watch previous events we have done since we started. So yes, so I will stop here. This is links. If you want to have this presentation, I can share it with you later on. But just to let you know what we are doing as Africans to support our initiatives and development in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nwaru. Thank you so much for the presentation. Yeah, it's very enriching. I think what we are going to do, for the interest of time, we are going to keep the questions. Then when we have a second speaker, we will have the question answer session. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Thank you very much. I think now the people who are here have heard what I was saying in your introduction. I think to note, you are in medicine and you haven't talked about medicine in this. We've talked about technology and how technology is improving our lives. And specifically, you have heard from the speaker how we can benefit from this. That's why I said he has been training us and he can continue. It's an open invitation. Thank you very much, Prof. So I will ask for permission to move to the second speaker, introduce her. She will give her presentation. Then we'll come back. And by the way, you can also put your questions in the chat. Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. So thank you. I will move to introduce the second speaker, our own. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce one of our professors, Professor Kellen Kiambati. Is a distinguished social scientist and a postdoctoral fellow at Possible Africa, focusing on pandemic preparedness and sustainability of universities in Kenya. Professor Kiambati is a seasoned corporate trainer, having mentored over 300 participants across Africa, transforming them into policy influencers and champions. She has also partnered with private sector for over 15 years, honing her expertise in strategic management, facilitation, mentoring, and coaching. Professor Kiambati is an accomplished author of 8 scholarly books and an associate professor of strategic management at Karatina University. Her accolades include numerous scholarships and fellowships, such as the Harvard University Leading Smart Policy Design and others. She also serves as an Oxfam Kenya board member and an accredited member of FemiWise Africa under the umbrella of the panel of the Wise African Union. She is, you've seen, a researcher, she's a scholar, and she's a trainer. Today, we are going to have Professor Kiambati talk to us about the topic she's very interested in because she is very, very passionate in very many things. Welcome, Professor Kellen Kiambati, to give your presentation.
Thank you so much, Professor Juliet Macharia, and all protocols observed. I acknowledge all the senior people present in this particular meeting and all other speakers who have spoken prior to my presentation. So I am here to make a short presentation, a curtain raiser. I have 15 minutes to present, so I will try and keep time so that we are able to follow the program. So the chairman of the committee allowed me to choose a topic on what to present. And this morning, I want to take a short time to talk to us and to have a conversation with all of us on transformation agenda, shifting from think tank to do tank. How do we shift from thinking and start rolling our sleeves to start doing what we have to do? I want to start by letting us know, or rather discussing with us, that transformational is usually intentional. We have to sit down and be very, very intentional regarding transformation and the changes we want to make. And for me to probably emphasize that particular point, I would like us to remind ourselves about the story of Singapore. And as we remind ourselves that story, we will be making comparisons with our own here in Kenya. A story is told of how Singapore had economic success through the use of strategies that were developed here in Kenya. Late 60s and 70s, Kenya and Singapore were at the same level. And the question we keep asking ourselves today, what happened? They were able to position themselves, to have visionary leadership, to undertake strategic planning, and to prioritize sectors that they considered to be important to them. Of course, on the other hand, on our side, history tells us that there were issues around political instability, issues around corruption, and inconsistent economic policies. When you compare the two countries today, you ask yourself, what happened? What is the difference between what Kenya did and what Singapore did? And so with that story then, we want to see what are the figures telling us. Singapore is a very small country, 728 square kilometers, with a population of 5.64 million people. However, their GDP is 423 billion, and their foreign reserves is 312 billion. When you compare that with Kenya, you can see the size of Kenya as compared to Singapore. Our population is probably between that 53 or even 60 million now. We are not very certain regarding our statistics. And our GDP figures, of course, again, they are fluctuating. We are not very sure, but around 110, and foreign reserves of 8 billion. Nigeria, which is the largest, again, we can see the population is quite high, 213 million people, with a GDP of 440 and 36 billion foreign reserves. The question is, what are the differences and how are things being done differently across these three countries that have made us have these statistics which have a lot of values? And so that helps me now to bring to my topic today, how do we shift from thinking to rolling our sleeves to do what we must do. Whether we look at it from national level or even institutional level, there is always a time when we have to stop the thinking and roll our sleeves to start working. I want to use Kenya as our example, and I want to use the late President Kibaki on how he was able to transform this country, where we all know that it took over a country that was almost falling apart. The first thing that was done is to come up with a blueprint which was meant to convert or change our country to a middle income and industrializing country. After that, it has been implemented through medium-term plans, and now we are on the final medium-term plan that is supposed to transition us to the next probably strategy for the country. And of course, through subsectors and financial allocations and other priority areas. If you compare what was done at national level during that period then, and we tried to ask ourselves, how can we do that even at institutional level? Yes, at national level, we had national strategies that were guiding us. At institutional level, we have strategic plans that we develop. We sit down, we think through, we have think tanks that help us to put together the priority areas and the strategies we want to implement. Most important also, we also have other strategy documents and policies, financial allocations, and work plans that we plan and prioritize the areas we want to focus on. But there has to be a shift from now thinking, where we have think tanks seated to think, to rolling our sleeves and asking ourselves, what are some of the differences that we can make so that this thinking can translate to tangible changes, changes that can improve quality of life, changes that can make a difference so that everyone can benefit. Whether we are looking at it at national level or we are looking at it at institutional level, there has to be a time when we shift from thinking to doing what we must do. So the same approach, whether in the private sector, public sector, whether counties or universities, and even at personal level, we have to ensure that there is a time to stop thinking and start doing what we must do. And because this is an academic conference, in my presentation, I will focus on higher education because of even the changes that we are experiencing, so that we're able to see how can we then in the sector transition to rolling our sleeves and doing what we must do. At what point then should we pause the thinking process and pick our working tools, as we can see from this photo that is here, and then choose as a team, as people in the subsector or sector, to design the future we desire? Because we are looking to see universities that are able to produce innovations like our theme is talking about. We are looking to see universities that are carrying out research to create employment. Then we have to pick our partners and start designing that future that we want to see. Probably a future where our children, our relatives, our siblings can thrive. And so then it's important for us to appreciate the role of education, of course, focusing on higher education in terms of affecting all other sectors. We are the people to produce graduates and qualifying graduates to work across all the other sectors, whether financial, whether tourism, health, or even ICT. We are the people to carry out research that will influence policy change or even inform policy formulation across all these other sectors in the economic sectors. And so then that tells you we have a very critical role to play as universities and as the players in higher education. And so then that tells you, with that very special role that we have been assigned, there is need for us to consider and ask ourselves, what is the environment looking like, even as we shift? From where I sit, in the education, higher education sector, we are having a 2023-2024 moment, which looks like 1945, when we were reconstructing from World War. We have come from COVID-19, we are having new funding models, we are having expecting new students from the new national curriculum, and we need to ask ourselves, how do we then reconstruct, even as we shift to rolling our sleeves, in order to be able to make a difference and to design a future that you want to do. But even as we do that, we cannot forget that we are doing that after 3 years of COVID pandemic, which has affected the way we look at issues socially, which has affected the resources and how resources are distributed, and how we use even those resources. Because if we do not reflect upon that, then it means that even the rolling of sleeves that we are talking about, without the resources, we may not be able to do that. We cannot also ignore the fact that even after COVID-19, there is conflict and war across various countries, the Russia, the Ukraine, and now Israel, and other countries that are at war. We are not ignorant of the fact that those conflicts are affecting our own continent in different ways, especially from resources point of view, and from how we do our stuff and start thinking about how countries can remain independent. And for that reason, then the key question we need to ask ourselves, does education sector, and specifically higher education sector, have a role to play in terms of this reconstructing we are reconstructing? And if yes, then how do we shift from how we were doing stuff previously so that we can start now doing things differently in order to make a difference? The sector, because of the turbulence that we have discussed, looks like the photo we are seeing on our screen. However, the education sector, as we have seen from my previous slides, has an implication across all other sectors. And for that reason, a lot is expected from us. We need to be innovative. We need to utilize our resources appropriately. Challenges are increasing, a new funding model, pedagogical innovations that we need to do, challenges that require us to look at research differently. So then what can we do as players in this particular sector? Considering that our mandate is teaching, research, and community outreach. Obviously, across these three areas, we have strategies that we have put across, whether it's corporate strategy or area-specific strategy. We also have policies that we use to guide our work, and systems are in place. Now it is time for us in the university sector or higher education sector to shift, just like Singapore did in the 1960s, and of course, we were able to see the economic success. So for me to be able to demonstrate to you that it is possible for us in higher education to actually transition from just thinking to now rolling our sleeves and making a difference in the sector, I have chosen to discuss with you some of the success stories that I have seen in this particular space, where institutions have intentionally shifted from thinking to doing what they must do in order to make a difference. And in sharing with you these success stories, I am focusing on one university, Ashesi University. Last month, I had an opportunity to meet their provost, and we had a lengthy conversation. And I was asking her, how is it that as a small university with very few universities, you're able to make a difference and come up with innovations that have been able to impact the continent? And as we were having that conversation, I picked from her some of the differences they have made, some of the innovative ideas that they have come up with as a result of intentionally shifting from thinking to rolling their sleeves in order to do what they must do. One of the innovations from their students is post-harvest waste to fertilizer. This is an undergraduate student who came up with an innovation on how to convert post-harvest losses to fertilizer to be used by rural farmers in their country. And as a result of that, they were able to create an agricultural technological club where so many other students have joined and come up with various innovations. They have also come up with an innovation on smart irrigation systems. Still again, one of their students came up with a group of students in computer science, and they came up with a robotic innovation that has helped farmers to do smart irrigation using sensors to monitor weather and to monitor soil moisture. And that has made a difference in the areas that they have applied. Same university, they have come up with renewable energy solutions. And this is an undergraduate student who came up with an innovation on how to use solar panels to provide clean and sustainable energy solutions, specifically for rural communities. And as a result, a company was created, a company that has continued to employ people, to create employment, and to make a difference in the society. two more examples that I was able to discuss with her. They also came up with an innovation on health monitoring system. This is an undergraduate student in the School of Health Sciences, where they came up with an app that helps to monitor vital signs such as heart rate, sugar levels, in order to provide remote medical consultations, again, targeting people in the rural areas who are not able to access quality healthcare. Again, as a result of that, they created a company on health tech team. And therefore, the reason why I'm giving these examples is for us to be able to see, just like Singapore was able to shift from thinking to intentionally making a difference, even as in the higher education, it's possible for us to shift from the way we do stuff to a different way of looking at things, so that we can come up with innovations and so that we can make differences in the societies where we operate, whether immediate or even not very immediate society. I was also checking outside Africa, what is happening there and what differences they are making. And of course, again, I was able to see various universities, even outside Africa, that are making differences in terms of transforming the society using the knowledge that they are producing. Different things that are happening. And again, as you can see on my screen, is an issue of intentionally choosing to make transformations, intentionally choosing to make a difference as an institutions of higher learning. Thank you so much. That is a short cutting razor that I hope I've taken the 15 minutes and I've been able to help us think through how we can transition and make a difference, especially from those examples from our own African university. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Kellen Kiambati, for that. You told us quite a lot in a very short time. I think what we are going to do now, we have very little time remaining. We are going to go back and then have questions, comments for both the presenters. I would like to summarize, just to say a few words about Dr. Nwarus. He gave us a lot of information about what they're doing for Africa. He talked about the training, he talked about publication, he talked about mentorship, he talked about how UNESCO, like for example, was able to define what is science research. He told us about all that. He also showed us what I think most of us would like to learn very quickly about, we saw his dashboard where you can present your information, your papers, your podcast, and all that, showing us the power of innovation. And as a person listening to this presentation, I was impressed because, as you notice, his area of specialization is medicine, but he's a researcher who is doing so many things. And we have seen that he is contributing a lot to Africa, giving back, as he said. There are journals. There's a journal where we can publish our papers from. So he gave us the links where we can follow up after the conference and then be able to talk. Professor Kiambati has given us what we call in communication quick fire about the differences between Singapore and Kenya. And when you look at the differences, you are amazed because Singapore is very small. Nigeria is very big. Kenya is also big. But what are we doing? We're doing very little. But there's always room for improvement. And I like what Professor Kiambati has said about the role of higher education. A lot is expected of us because we cannot just talk, where we're talking theoretically. A time must come where we start acting from thinking to doing. And to give us an example of the Vision 2030, which was done during the late President Mwai Kibaki, and what was done and what is continuing. So we needed to be innovative, use technology, be able to achieve all that. Then she's given us another example of this university. I think it is in Ghana. Yeah, I think, and they've done quite a lot. And I felt we are challenged. Karatina University is challenged. The other universities in this country are challenged in that a young university and a small one, I think private university, they're doing quite a lot. So her presentation is like giving us food for thought. What can we do? Will we continue thinking? Will we continue, saying Africa is doing this or not doing that? Or we will move from thinking action. Thank Thank you very much, speakers. So at this point, I have like 5 minutes for questions or comments. I don't know who can read the ones in the chat. Dr. Kamau, can you see any in the chats?
Prof, I
Yes.
can see, let me see.
As Dr.
Just a
Kamau is
few
checking.
comments. I can see
Yes.
some comments, and I think from Ombaka, it's good that we register for ASFI as members because we can really gain from that. That's what Dr. Ombaka is urging us.
Thank
I
you.
don't see any other. Okay, I made a comment. That is in regard to my take home, that there's so much that we can learn from Professor Nwaru, because as an individual, he took an initiative and now it is actually global. And it's good to ask ourselves, what role can I take in my respective institution to reach out to people and impact positively in the community? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamau. Any comments to both presenters, Professor Nwaru, Professor Kiambati? Any question? I'm very impressed about what we've been given. So if there are no questions, there are no comments, we're still with them and we can
Prof,
discuss this
can I make a
further.
comment?
Yes, please, Professor Wanjau, please,
Yeah,
welcome.
but I'm happy about the presentations, and mine I'll go to. It's a comment. It's from what Professor Kellen has commented. I think also it will be good to document what the Kenyan universities are doing, because when it comes to innovation, especially undergraduates, and there is a lot that is actually going on, a lot. Last week, I was able to attend a conference, and I could see what other universities, local universities, were actually presenting, including ours. And it was quite impressive. So documenting what also Kenyan universities are doing will also help our our student innovations to be in a platform that they can actually be appreciated. So mine is that comment, that let's also look at what is happening in Kenya. And there's a lot. Actually, there's a lot going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wanjau. So what Professor Wanjau is telling us is that there's so much that is happening in Kenya and in Africa that is not documented. So as scholars, Dr. Kamau has said, let's also take the initiative, the way Professor Nwaru did, to do something about it. Professor Wanjau, you can see where now you can contribute, and if you bring me on board, we can assist Kenyans and assist Africa to document what it is that we have. Any other comments? So
Yes,
I think
Chair.
I'll yes. Who is talking?
No, this is Dr.
Hello,
Macharia.
Professor Macharia, Dr. Macharia, please.
Yes, thank you. I want maybe to comment on the two presenters. I can see they are triggering our thinking for the best. First, if I go to Professor Narwa, the initiative that as a person he has taken, we can see where the research can take our continent, where the research can take our country. Yes, when we come to Professor Kiambati, I think that cutting data is quite informative. And we can see that if our country, if our continent is to move from where it is to another level, a kind of thinking is required, a kind of initiative is required. And this forum, I think, is the best to come up with such ideas. I just wanted to make a comment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. So we can talk, we can continue, we can communicate with Professor Nwaru, we can communicate with Professor Kiambati, and we will learn a lot and we will benefit quite a lot. At this point, I would like us to clap. There is the icon for reactions for our two speakers. Thank you so much, and thank you for honoring the invitation to come to Karatina University to speak. So can we clap for them? The icon is there. Click on, click on the icon. I've clicked on mine. So thank you so much. At this point, I think I will call upon the other chair who is taking over from me, unless the MC, Dr. Omondi, you have something to say before I hand over the baton to the next chair. Otherwise, thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much for your participation.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr.
Thank you very
Omondi?
much, Prof. Asante sana. We just move so that we save time. I guess you are also standing up and sitting as is required. So let me just call for the next chair. I think that's Professor Dr. Muniu. Please just take over. Let's pick up from there.
Dr. Muniu, we are waiting. I can see him on the screen. Dr. Muniu, please. Dr. Muniu, can you hear me? Dr. Muniu? Dr. Omondi, I can see
I'm
Dr.
seeing,
Muniu.
yeah, he's there. And have you unmuted Dr. Muniu? I'm seeing him here.
He is not muted. He is not muted.
Prof,
Yes?
let me take over for the interest of time. I have.
Okay, please do. Welcome, Dr. Kamau.
Thank you. I think the next speaker is Professor Eunice Kamara. And I'll actually read through her profile. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Eunice Kamara is a professor of religion at Moi University, that is in Eldoret, Kenya, and international affiliate of Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis, that is USA. She holds a master's in religion, master's in international health research, ethics, and a PhD in African Christian ethics. Her 3-in-1 public role involves teaching, training, research, and community service. She conducts trans or multidisciplinary and community participatory research on gender, character values, religion or spirituality, and holistic health. She's passionate about translating research findings into practical development through policy influence and community uptake. She's an expert at mainstreaming gender and ethics in research, that is including agricultural research on any subject and in learning-centered teaching and learning of any subject. She has consulted for national and international organizations, including World Bank, UNFPA, USAID, PSGR, Templeton Foundation, Association of African Universities, and Water Witness, among others. Alone and with others, she has published 9 books and over 100 articles on broad range of multi, inter, and transdisciplinary issues. Eunice is a top 30 HWO Africa Health Innovator. That is her brief profile. It is in summary. I'm sure it is wider than this. So welcome, Professor Eunice Kamara. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. And thank you, conference organizers, for inviting me to be part of this conference. It's a great learning experience for me, so I am most grateful. I'm hoping I can share my screen. Let me see if it's possible. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, Prof, we can see it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I need to start from the beginning. So let me just add the show, get to the beginning, then give a full view. Yeah. So I was very grateful to get a blank check in the sense that I was not given a topic, but I was left free to find a topic of my interest within the theme of the conference. And I chose to talk about business ethics. And hopefully by the end of this topic, you see why this is an important topic for us in business studies. Does anybody know what this is? Anybody with an idea of what is on the screen? Just unmute and tell us if you have an idea. If there is no response, what is this? What is this? What do you see on the screen? What do you think it is? Okay, I think we are many, so.
I think it's abandoned settlements.
Abandoned settlements.
So that you don't feel you're talking to guys who are not interested. Abandoned, and the other one is housing development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So this is a housing development, you say, and these are abandoned settlements. Well, all of them are abandoned settlements. They are what are referred to as the ghost cities of China. They are real. In China, there are about 50 cities. 50 cities with housing facilities that have been abandoned. And it's not like we don't have homeless people in China. We have millions, not thousands, millions of homeless people in China. And what does this say about ethics? What does it say about business and sustainability? And I choose to use a bad statement that was used by this gentleman on the screen. He said, it's stupid. It's the economy, stupid. And he was talking about the economy in the US as he campaigned for Bill Clinton. And Bill Clinton actually got the job because the economy had been brought down to ruins, the way it was presented by his campaigner. And in this context, I'm saying it's the ethics, stupid. The problem is ethics. How do you have 50 abandoned cities when there are homeless people in a country? How do you put so much resources into waste and still say you are a developed country, or you are a developed people, or you have sustainable development for that matter? With that introduction, I can talk about the session outcomes. I'm hoping that by the end of this session, you will see, probably just remember, I'm just reminding us rather than telling us, that ethics remains central to the success of all human business included. All that we engage in this world really is business. But even if you get into the specific subject of entrepreneurship, business, as we would call it, ethics remains central. And secondly, we can never have sustainable business growth in this era, in the next era, in the past era, without ethics. Ethics remains a constant, that if you want sustainable business growth and development, then you must consider ethics. And thirdly, innovative business practices, what we are talking about today, with emerging technologies, innovative business practices are necessarily ethical. So ethics would then be a central subject in any business included. And what's the most important consideration in business, I would ask? And because there was somebody who responded, I'm hopeful that there will be another response from the audience. What is the most important consideration in business or entrepreneurship for that matter?
Profit.
Anybody?
Profit.
Profit, thank you. Somebody else? Anybody else?
Business idea.
Business idea, anybody else?
Customer retention.
Customer retention, anybody else? Your
Customer
good
satisfaction.
Customer satisfaction, and so on and so forth. But
Wealth
from where
creation.
is
To a community program.
Wealth creation.
Pardon? Say it again?
Wealth.
You're vibrating, so I don't get it well. But anyway,
Solution to community issues.
Solution, and so on.
To a community problem.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. But from where I sit, it's ethics. It's ethics. Because without ethics, you won't have all these things that you're talking about. Even profit, you won't have it in a sustainable manner. You may have it for a while, but in a matter of short time, you won't get even that profit if you're not ethical. We all know of that ordinary local shopkeeper who is a little shoddy. Probably when we were growing up, we experienced him, and he would take a gram of a sugar away from a kilogram of sugar. And he would sell and sell and sell and get some profit. But in due course, when people get to know about his shoddy deals, they run away, and profit is no longer part of his business, because the value and the benefits of business, especially today, is dependent on the integrity of the business innovator. I'll repeat that. The value and benefit of business is dependent on the integrity of the business innovator. If the business innovator has no integrity, there is no value and there is no benefit in business. You've heard that I'm from the Department of Religion, Philosophy, Religion, and Theology, and I lean more into ethics. But from a religious perspective, we all know, even if you get a lot of profit, assuming nobody ever discovers your shoddy deal, and you continue to get profit and profit and profit, so what? So what if you gain the whole world? Because ultimately, every one of us dies. And on your deathbed, you're bound to ask yourself, what was my value in this world? What was my purpose in this world? It doesn't matter how much profit we make. It won't give us a good death. A good death will come from knowing that we did the right thing. We were people of integrity, even as we pursued profit. Why are we interested in business ethics? It's a practice of what is right. Yeah, in this case, in business, it's what is principled. It's what is fair, what is decent. And when we conduct business in an ethical manner, we safeguard the dignity, the rights, the safety, and the well-being of all stakeholders, both internal and external. And across time, much more seriously today in the age of innovations, ethics is neither a luxury nor an option. We don't have the luxury of doing without ethics if we want sustainable business, sustainable entrepreneurship, sustainable growth and development in whatever area of human life. It is much more important than competence. It is much more important than experience, intelligence, and drive. If you remember the conversation that we had, or not the conversation, but the presentation that we got from the first keynote speaker, the guest of honor, the chief guest of honor, the very last statement in his slide, which is borrowed from Aristotle, talked about right action as being the most important thing. It's not excellence, he said. It's not experience, it is ethical values. Because when you have ethical values, then you're excellent. Then you'll be competent. Technological innovation is for what? Today we are always talking about innovations, emergence of new ways of doing things. What for? Is it for profit before people, or is it for people before profits? That is a question we need to ask ourselves and hopefully get the right answer for ourselves. If we come down to the various emergent innovations, you find that with newer innovations, newer way of doing things, we get more opportunity to be unethical. If you think of a mobile phone, many of you have sat in a matatu or a public transport system or in a public place and heard somebody telling somebody on phone, hello, yes, I'm at home. And you're right in some public place. You know, somebody is openly lying and people don't even hide. They don't say quietly, I'm at home. They'll say it doesn't, it's like, it's okay. It's okay to lie. Because with a mobile phone, you're able to be away from home and still communicate. With a stationary phone, if you picked the phone, you are home. If you didn't pick the phone, you are not home. But now with a mobile phone, you can say, I am at home, when actually you are 100 kilometers away from home. You are able to send a picture on WhatsApp and tell people, I am in New York. And we've seen damage caused by those kinds of small lies. We call them small lies, but they cause a lot of damage to young people, especially. Because young people are feeling, oh, my colleagues are going to New York, my colleagues are going to Mombasa, my parents are not providing for this is not right, this is not fair. You know, it's causing a lot of troubles. Then we got into internet. And now there were not just mobile phones, but smartphones. Smartphones that could do transaction and make business even easier. But what then do we have? We have a lot of cybercrime. We have a lot of new businesses like content creation. But again, what kind of content creation are we seeing on our social media, where we are constantly being invited to like, to follow? Yeah. We see media slay queens making lots of money because they are parading, you know, naked or half naked and talking, you know, in a certain way that would otherwise not be acceptable, but seems acceptable because now it is on technology. A lot of bullying. We've seen political evolution, and I'm not saying political evolution is a bad thing, but in Kenya, we may actually just get there if we're not careful. going by what we saw on media yesterday. And now beyond the internet, we have moved into machine learning or artificial intelligence. Again, there are more opportunities to be ethical or to be unethical. It depends on the choices that we make. If we want our businesses to be sustainable, if we want our businesses to grow sustainably, then we want to make use of these new technologies, but we want to ensure that we are ethical in the way we are using them. Something we need to remember at all times is that with all these emergent innovations, there will be nothing new under the sun. There will never be anything new under the sun because human beings cannot create. Human beings can only innovate. Creation is about making from nothing, but we can never make from nothing. We can only improve or make in a copy of a specific design that already exists or a specific idea that already exists. Even in business, ideas are important. Business ideas are important, but we can never come up with extremely new, exactly new ideas. We always build them on what already exists. If you think of AI, for example, the most current technology right now, it is molded in the design of a human person. A human person has a body. That is basically the physical machine that generates and stores all kinds of data. Biological data like DNA is in our body, it is generated there, it is stored there. Biological data like feelings and thoughts and memories, they will be in our body, and the body is like a machine, a physical reservoir, a place where we store data. If you think of the human brain, it's part of the body with physical compartments. It's the physical part of the body that stores explicit memories, or what I refer to as episodic data. Anything that has happened to you in the course of life will be stored in your memory in an explicit way. In your conscious memory, you can remember it. You can pull it out when you need it. But we also have implicit memories. Memories that are in our subconscious mind. And of course, we also have general information stored in the brain, what I refer to as semantic data. But the human person also has a mind. The mind is invisible. It is intangible. It's more or less like a force, an energy. It is the energy that harnesses our thoughts, our emotions, our feelings, our physical, you know. The mind tells the hand, stretch out, open up, pick, drop, do this. It's an energy. It is not something tangible. It's not like the brain, which is physical. And then, of course, we have the human spirit, which is intangible, completely invisible. It is the force that drives the mind. It is the force that makes the mind awake, makes the mind motivated to tell the heart to do A or do B, to tell the body to do A or do B. The spirit is invisible, and it comes in forms of beliefs. When you have beliefs, strong beliefs, then those beliefs motivate you to take action. Some people think of it as conscience. It is beliefs especially related to right and wrong and related to relationships. Relationship with yourself, relationship with other people, relationship with animals, relationship with plants, relationship with non-living things like rocks or tables or pens, relationships even with the supernatural, for those who believe in the supernatural. So this spirit is not tangible, it is not visible, but it is the one that drives a lot of things. Many people assumed that knowledge is what motivates people to work. It is not true. You can have knowledge that A will give you these results, which are undesirable. But even with that knowledge, you still go ahead and do A. And of course, you get the negative or the undesirable effects. I've done quite some bit of studies on HIV/AIDS, and one of the amazing things about HIV is that people know how HIV is transmitted, for example. But that knowledge does not make them do the actions that will keep them free from HIV, because knowledge is not enough. Reason is not enough. Some of the people who are carers in their health living are actually medical doctors. Rationally, they know this is the right thing to do. This is how I should do it. This is the rational way to do it. But still, for lack of a belief, a strong belief, for lack of conscience, for lack of desire to engage in healthy relationships with themselves or with other people, they end up doing what they would rather not be doing, because knowledge, reason is not what drives human action. Human action is driven by belief. That which you believe, you can do so much for it. And that is why religion is heavily abused, because once people believe in a religion, they can do unreasonable things, like we have seen with Shakahora. Now let's look at the at artificial intelligence, or machine learning for that matter. I prefer calling it machine learning because I don't see much intelligence in it. There is a lot of manipulation, a lot of mechanical activities, rather than intelligence. So with artificial intelligence, we have the body fashioned against the human body. The body is the machine. For example, the computer within which you manipulate data, or within which you can do ChatGPT, for example. You can't do ChatGPT without a machine, without some computer or some smartphone. And then within that machine, there has to be certain software. The software is what is loaded with computational models, but also loaded with data. The same way a human brain has data stored in it, data will be stored within a machine. And then there will be what are referred to as neural networks, or neural interconnections, which allow manipulation of the data that has been stored in the machine to be brought together, the same way a human hand picks data or picks water and puts ugali in it, and takes water, puts flour in it and makes ugali. In the same way, the computer is fashioned to operate like a human hand and collect data from here, bring it together, and then with the use of these neural networks, manipulate the data to form patterns using algorithms. And out of those patterns, the computer or the machine is then able to predict. It is not thinking. The machine will never think. It simply manipulates the data and mechanically produces it, taking care of the various patterns and making use of those patterns to be able to predict certain information. We have seen, for example, the way if you go into a computer and at one point you search for a shop that is selling ladies' clothes, the next time you go online, that computer will bring you a lot of shops with clothes, because the computer has realized the mechanism of the artificial intelligence inside the machine has realized that you're interested in these kind of goods. You're interested in clothes. of this kind, and it will be bringing them to the screen to try and tempt you to buy them. A new element, an emerging element of business and advertisements. So when we look at AI, it is not really as complicated as we'd think. And I'm not underrating what AI can do. AI can do so much. But when you compare it with a human person, it is not anywhere near what a human person can do. So with this turbulent 21st century, remember what the first speaker talked about, VUCA. He said it's volatile, it is uncertain, it is complex, you know, and all those characteristics of the current century, the current world. We have various technologies, such as artificial intelligence, modeled within the human body, but largely lacking at the level of the mind, no feelings and no emotions. It is very good as far as the body is concerned. The robotic elements of machine learning is something we have perfected. It's still not as good as the human hand. The way the human hand picks is really not anywhere near how the artificial intelligence picks. Though some people may argue that artificial intelligence may even be better because it can pick even small things that the human hand cannot pick. But then the human hand has feelings, which machine learning machines may not have. And the human hand is also driven by emotions. So AI is therefore limited. But for me, the biggest limitation with current technologies and current innovations is the complete lack of spirit, the complete lack of issues like ethics and conscience. If you want to know that the computer or artificial intelligence, which is the best technology or innovation we have so far, which is being used excellently for business, try asking ChatGPT something that you think should annoy it. Just go on a ChatGPT page and tell ChatGPT, I'm not very happy with you. You seem to be moody today. ChatGPT will come back to you and it will tell you, no, I'm not moody. Sorry if I appear to be moody, but I'm not moody. If you escalate the conflict between you and the machine and you tell the AI, you tell ChatGPT, no, you're annoyed and you're stupid and I don't like the way you're behaving, and put exclamation marks, get annoyed. Artificial intelligence will come back to you in still the same tone, no emotions, no feelings. And it will tell you, I'm very sorry. I appear to have annoyed you. That is not what I meant. And eventually it will actually tell you, sorry, I am only a machine. I don't have feelings. It will tell you that because really it doesn't have feelings. And somebody had to put data inside it to respond to a person like the one I've just described, who is trying to annoy ChatGPT or any other machine for that matter. Somebody had to store the data there and allow the AI to collect the data, put it together and get a pattern that enables it to respond and say, sorry, I am only a machine. I have no feelings. But completely lacking is relationship. You cannot have a relationship with ChatGPT. And ChatGPT does not even have a relationship with itself. It is not conscious about its own existence. Unlike a human person who is conscious. So when you're using AI, it is extremely important to remember that you are the human person, and therefore you have to use AI with due regard to relationship with yourself, relationship with other people, relationship with the environment, and relationship with anything else, including the supernatural being. Are we doing that? Or we are just saying AI is here, is going to help us advertise? Are we thinking about the need to be just in our technologies? Are we thinking about being good, promoting good through technology? Because it is possible to promote good. It is possible to create a machine that switches off the minute you start creating conflict with it. It's saying, no, I don't want that kind of relationship, and it switches off. It's possible. It's possible to create a relationship where if you start being unethical, not a relationship, but a situation where AI recognizes this person is using me in an unethical way and it goes off. But are we doing that? Or are we in the business of looking for profit, 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 and not thinking about relationships? Again, with all the innovations, emerging technologies, data is not self-generated. It is loaded by human beings. And the problem with human beings loading is that if human beings are not ethical, they will load the wrong data. And they will use the data that has been loaded for the wrong purposes. People who hack, I'm told they are black hackers and they are white hackers. Black hackers, you hack for bad intentions, like to steal money, like to bully, like to follow other people and intimidate them. But white hackers will use their skills for good intentions. They use the data that is already loaded for good intentions. But first, the data that is loaded may not be the right data, may not have been accessed in a good way. Secondly, the way that data is used may be the wrong thing. If you go to ChatGPT, for example, any other chatbot, and you ask it to draw a beautiful you, give it your picture and tell it, draw a beautiful me. It will draw a beautiful you, but you will be more brown than you are. You will probably get blue eyes, light blue. You will probably get features that you don't have, but features that will bring you in a better way. I think the best I can say is, you've seen how as women we go to a beauty shop and we are, our faces are created in a certain way, then we look much more beautiful than we look in our natural self. That is what the computer will do. But why is it doing that? Because it's already biased, that brown is beautiful, red lips are beautiful, blue eyes are beautiful. It's already biased. It's already unethical. Even the way it's doing things, it's starting from a point of discrimination, from a point of prejudice. So you ask yourself, who puts the data? How is the data put? What is the intention and so on? Even with selling, with these advertisements that come when you have not requested for them, they are wasting your time. Why should people be wasting your time advertising to you just because you looked for that information yesterday? I looked for it yesterday. I was interested yesterday. Today, I'm not interested. Please don't disturb me. I'm doing serious business on my computer. But are we doing that? We are still allowing that to continue because it is in the interest of somebody to make business. The worst thing that will happen is when biological data is combined with other forms of data, because it will then be to the exploitation of the poor and the vulnerable. And ultimately, humanity will be in a mess. The sad thing or the good thing about ethics is that when you pursue profit, for example, at the expense of other people, it is not sustainable. And ultimately, even you will suffer. Others may suffer and may suffer for a long time, but ultimately, even you, the person that is looking for profit in an unethical way, will suffer. So ultimately, we put the entire humanity in jeopardy. So we need to be clear about what we choose to promote our businesses, to grow our businesses, to develop our businesses. And we need to be very specific about what we believe, because what we believe is what is worthwhile. So ethical values are about what we believe. They are deep-seated ideas and feelings that manifest themselves as behavior. The true value of one's action is one's values is his or her action. But in our world today, we see a lot of discrepancy between our values and our actions, even as institutions. I could probably ask us, what are the core values of Karatina University? And probably a good number of you may not know. A good number of you may know. But when I ask, how do you apply those values when you are teaching your course on introduction to business? Or when you're teaching whatever course at whatever level? Because to believe in those values is to integrate them right up to the very small things that we do, and to manifest them in everything that we do, so that they become parts of what we do and how we do. But largely, you don't see that happening. In Kenya, as a country, we have is it chapter 5 or chapter 6, where we say you can't get a job until you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bring us a report from the anti-corruption, bring us a report from this, bring us a report from this. You and I know that we are just lying to ourselves that we have a chapter 6. Basically, we don't apply it. And there's no need of running courses talking about ethics when actually we don't believe in what we are teaching. We don't believe in what we are learning. This morning we heard that ethics is one of the most popular courses that the School of Insurance, the College of Insurance is teaching. How is it the most popular course when we know that practices in Africa are very different from what is taught in that course? We have not believed. We are lacking in belief. We are still operating at the knowledge level, at the reason level. The minute we rise to the ethical belief values, then we become unwavering and enduring, regardless of how difficult it is to be ethical. We keep trying. We will fail. Everybody fails. We are human. But ultimately, the challenge is to keep trying and keep trying. So ethics is not merely about organizational leadership. It's not merely about decision making. It's about culture, organizational culture. What is the culture in your organization, in your business organization? What is the culture in your university? The other day, I had the privilege of going out for a week with a small institution that was developing a strategic plan. So we went out to do the plan with the everybody, every member of staff in that institution was there. And we went to this very posh place, very nice environment. But as we continue talking about developing this strategic plan, I noted that half of the people in the room, of the staff, were not actually in the meeting. They were absent. Their bodies were there, but they were absent. Out of the other half that was present, that was listening, half of them were listening on and off. They were not committed. They were halfway committed. Only probably a quarter was completely committed. And we started talking about it. I thought we have no business coming up with a strategic plan if the culture is this bad. And we started talking about the culture in that specific institution and the words that emerged. People are very honest, and they said, this organization is toxic. This organization is useless. Imagine you are working for an organization and you're talking about a toxic environment. You're talking about a useless organization. Everything about an organizational culture, a business culture, determines whether that organization will succeed or not succeed. That organization will grow or will not grow. Now, to achieve this ideal where you have a good organizational culture, business ethics has to be integrated with the mission, the vision, the strategies, and the goals of the organization. But as we have said, it's not just about organizations, it's also about you as an individual. And here I'll call us to stop and think, not about our organization, but about your own personal philosophy of life. What is your philosophy of life? What is your mission? What is your vision? And what are your core values? As you run that business, you're a business person, for example. You're a lecturer teaching business. You are a researcher doing business research. Whatever it is you do you have a philosophy of life? And what is that philosophy? Is it that I must make profit at all costs? And this brings us down to the question of whom am I, which is why I talked about the spirit as the fourth element of the human person, which AI does not have at all. AI will never ask itself, who am I? And what is my purpose in life? But you and I can ask ourselves, who am I? So what if I make so much profit? Am I meeting my purpose in life? Am I making a difference? Am I able to sleep when I go to bed, thinking about what I did during the day, even though what I did made me or gave me $10 million? The $10 million may be fine, safely tucked in your bank account, but you may be unable to sleep. Of what use is that 10 million? In any case, very often we are accumulating profit which we don't need at the personal level. At a personal level, there is very little that we need. A plate of food, a bed on which we can sleep. I don't even want to say a comfortable bed because comfortable is relative. A bed on which we can lie down and some clothes that we can wear. Basic things. Even the richest person under the sun only needs those basics. The rest, they are luxuries. And very often, we make profit for luxuries and put a stress on our spiritual life, which translates into ill health. And ultimately, instead of making profit, we may make material profit, a lot of material profit, but end up with very little profit or no profit at all in terms of our health, in terms of our spiritual well-being. Therefore, what are we saying? We are saying that if we want to do business that is sustainable, if we want to do business that is of value to us, we need to be thinking business ethics, business ethics, business ethics. There are some references there, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Dr. Muniu, please take over so that we can get a few questions before we go to our next guest speaker, that is Pauline. Muniu, are you able to communicate now? Dr. Muniu, if not, then Chair Dr. Alice, please just to pick up the questions as the people pick them up. I think Muniu still has a problem. He had a problem with his mic, and we understood that. So, Chair of the conference, please take up. If there's any question, please take them. We are already starting to run out of time. Then you can then introduce the next speaker. We pick up from there.
Thank you, Dr. Omondi. I can't see any question on the chat, but I think what I can get from Professor's presentation is that we should not forget the human element in all these excitements about innovations and technology. The human being remain key in everything that we are doing. And therefore, we have to really strike a balance between the benefits that you are getting and the drawbacks. Thank you. Let me introduce the next speaker. If you have a question, put it on the chat. Maybe we can discuss after this. Thank you so much, Professor Kamara. The next presenter is Pauline Wangare. She's the General Manager, Majani Insurance Brokers, and it is a subsidiary of KTB Limited. She holds a master's degree in business administration from the University of Nairobi and a Bachelor of Commerce degree insurance option from the University of Nairobi. She's currently pursuing Doctor of Philosophy in Project Planning and Management, specializing in monitoring and evaluation at the same university, UON. She's an associate of Insurance Institute of Kenya, an associate of Insurance Institute of London, and a chartered insurer that is in UK. She's also a member of Association of Insurance Brokers, Kenya. In addition, she's a certified MEL practitioner, that is monitoring and evaluation, accountability and learning from University of Nairobi in conjunction with Regional Center for Project Management and Evaluation Training. She has a wide experience in processes and products design and innovation, implementation, monitoring and evaluation spanning over 25 years. And she's actually the current General Manager at Majani Insurance Brokers Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of KTDA. She loves UN. All her education has been done with UN. So Pauline Mwangi, welcome. And give us what you have. Thank you. Pauline, I don't know whether she is with us. Not sure whether she's present, but I can still see her. Dr. Alice Nderi. Alice Nderi. Oh. Are you really getting me, or I've been thrown out? Seems I'm talking alone.
We are getting you.
Okay.
We can hear you, Dr. Kamau.
I think so maybe we need to have a break. Dr. Mondi, seems Pauline is not with us. Dr. Kafethi, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, baby, do you have her contact? You get in touch, can you?
No, but I could try getting to her through Dr. Alice Nderi. Let me try reaching her.
Okay. Dr. Mondi, probably we can have a break. Then she can start us off immediately after lunch. Then we move to our breakout rooms for the other presentations.
Maybe Chair.
Yes.
There are a few questions we didn't take for Professor.
Yeah.
I've noted in the chat there are two. I'd made a comment, and also I'm seeing one from Dr. Daniel mentioning that, thank you, Professor Kamara. AI is a real topic that has caught us I am impressed by your emphasis of AI and the spirit. In fact, AI machine is saying, I am like human, except I lack the soul. I also just made a comment that the issue of ethics is neglected, but a major concern, especially when it comes to a training of students who will take up business responsibility in future. We may just want to get one comment from her, then we take the break so that we would feel like we have cleared that part well, if it's okay with you.
Thank you. It's okay. Professor Kamara, maybe.
Yes.
Any questions from the, yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Humphrey, for this opportunity. Yes, I've seen the comments on the chat. Thank you, Daniel Goge, and thank you, Humphrey, and thank you everyone else who made comments. I think if we paid more emphasis on ethics, this country would suddenly become a first world country. It's for me the missing link. Everything else we are doing, we may be doing right, but our sense of ethics is extremely poor. We are very good at prayer. We are very good at appearing to be religious people. We're very good at everything else, even talking about employing people with integrity, but our actions are extremely wanting. So that's the only comment I would like to make, but I'd like to thank everyone who has made the comment and everyone who's listened. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair, I noticed.
Thank you. I think Pauline had some challenges. She was not able to unmute herself with us. Can we give her 15 minutes? Then we have a break.
That's okay. Just pick it up from there.
Okay. Koros, have you been able to unmute her? Koros?
Pauline, are you able to speak to see if you're unmuted? Are you okay now? Is it Koros or the CCO? I think there is a host.
She's joining 2 minutes, please.
Okay, I also noticed the comment from Dr. Severina, ethics is ownership. Where is the home of ethics? I think that's something that Kamara also will be thinking. Maybe she can answer you online there. Yeah, and we appreciate the appreciation by Professor Kamara, and thank you for coming, and thank you for being a good representative of our mother, Moi. Asante sana. So Pauline, we are waiting for you. Whenever she's ready, then she can pick up. So immediately after that presentation, we take a break for lunch, then we come back at 2 and start the presentations, the paper presentations, which I hope that if anybody will be presenting, hope that you have already sent your presentation so that we have a ready copy for presentation, which will go up on the screen. If you have viewers, we just want to be sure that we have it on our side also. So those who are preparing to present in the afternoon, let your papers be ready. Pauline, when you're ready, let us know. Please speak and we know when you're ready.
Koros. Hello, Koros? Yes.
I've noticed she has been given the co-host status, so she can actually unmute herself.
I think we'll still go ahead with our break.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think the machine she's using is the one that has an issue.
Okay.
So maybe now, right now I can see it's 12:45. We come back at what, 1:20. We start at 1:30.
Dr. Kamau, before we go, if we have people who are from outside Karatina University, please tell us where you are attending from on the chat.
Yeah, from the chat, yes.
Yeah.
There are those
Put
who
on the
had
chat,
indicated in the
say
morning.
hello so that we know that you were there. Thank you.
So we'll have a break for only 45 minutes because we are behind schedule. Kindly come back at exactly 1:20.
Dr. Kamau, at what time?
Yes. I'm saying 1:20, we start exactly at 1:30.
1:30. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Have a great lunch. We'll see you then.
Yes, have a great lunch too.
Dr. Muniu, I don't know if you are able to, are you now able to speak and to take over?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can.
Okay.
Now, I do not know if the other speaker is there. Is Pauline, has she connected back?
Yes, thank you. I've connected. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And sorry for that inconvenience.
No problem. So we would give then to Dr. Muniu. I hope you have the bio of, or that was already read. Yeah, the bio was read. So we will give you time. Muniu, you are the chair of this session. You take it over, and then we'll pick up the questions after this. I hope the rest, I know a number of people have already joined back. So we pick it up from there. And sorry for the hitch, Pauline, karibu sana. Dr. Muniu.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I want to take this opportunity to invite to invite Pauline Mwangi from Majani Insurance. Pauline, feel welcome to the Green Entrepreneur University. Take this platform. So thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to interact with Karatina University, to basically learn and also get to share what I have. Pauline is a business person because I've been in business for a long time, for more than 30 years. I've been employed, and that is why I have chosen a very captivating topic so that we can discuss together with both employed and the scholars and see where we are in terms of the future of our jobs.
We needed to see the speaker.
Let me just put it on because I'm working from a small.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm actually working from a small gadget because I lost tabs with the other one. That's fine. All right.
We still can't see you.
Okay.
Anyway, for the interest of time, you can continue.
Yes.
So
we can see you. Can see you now.
This is Pauline. That's okay. I think I can mute because I'm working from a smaller gadget. I had a problem with my computer. This allowed me not even have a form of online presentation, a PowerPoint.
Okay,
and
it's okay.
Please
Okay.
indulge. Thank you.
It's okay.
So your theme, which is very captivating, is something that applies in our everyday business, which is business sustainability in the era of emerging innovations. I have tied my particular subject on the generative AI and the future of jobs, because we all know that AI has come to almost take up what we thought our jobs. Those who are aspiring through running to get jobs and those who are in jobs, we are all equally worried that what happens to our jobs, which we have worked so hard about in view of the upcoming innovations. So today we stand at the precipice of a transformative era. We all know that because emerging technologies are reshaping business landscape. And this journey towards sustainable future is paved with emerging innovations that demands collaborations. So businesses must work hand in hand with governments, academia, and even competitors to share knowledge and accelerate progress. And for these businesses to adapt and thrive, they must embrace sustainability as their guiding principle, which is your theme of this conference. This principle isn't just about environmental responsibility, though that is crucial. It's about fostering long-term success and benefits, not just for shareholders, but society and the planet as a whole. So for business sustainability, we usually look at three main concerns. That is the people, the planet, and the profits, as per the prior speaker who has said you may make money, but if you're making that money at the expense of people, at the expense of the planet, then that money or the profits does not make sense. So that is the whole concept of sustainability. In terms of people, we know we are looking at the social and ethical aspects. It considers the well-being of employees, and that is why I'll delve into the job market, the well-being of employees, the communities, and also our future generations. The others that I'll not go into because my topic is specifically in the job environment is the planet, which focuses on the environmental impact of business practices. And this includes things like the resource conservation, the pollution. There's so many programs that are geared towards, the planet, the climate change mitigations and all that. Finally is we all acknowledge that businesses need to be financially viable to be sustainable in the long term. However, it emphasizes responsible profit, as I said earlier, generation that doesn't come at the expense of people or the planet. These three aspects are really interconnected. Thus, the topic on business sustainability in the era of emerging innovations is quite interesting. Sustainability isn't just a responsibility, it's a wellspring of innovations that affirms the choice of the theme of this conference. So in terms delving deep, in terms of generative AI, with its ability to create entirely new content, from realistic images to compelling marketing copy. So this technology promises to revolutionize industries, but its impact on jobs is a hot button topic. That's my choice. So, but fear not, for the future is not one of mass unemployment, but a generative AI won't replace most jobs. It will augment them. Imagine sometime a graphic designer using power of AI to create countless design variations in minutes. Of course, this will free them to focus on strategy and client relations. And this enhances quality and speed of delivery. And that is what businesses need. So this subject, because it's still so new, I've thought about bringing the entire concept of generative AI. We try to understand it. What is it? What can it do? How can it be used? Where has it been applied? And how can it help the businesses and other forums going forward? So we know that generative AI is, of course, the artificial intelligence. And that is almost a totally new stuff. This is where we are. We have come from the mobile phones, as we saw from the previous presenters, and now we are at a third stage where artificial intelligence is coming, taking everything by storm. Most of the things can be done by machines, by computers. So where are we left as employees? Where are we left as a people? Where is the community? Because the moment we cannot offer support, it means that we'll degenerate. So this new stuff is really a powerful technology. It's an advancement of what we have known in the past with wide range of potential applications. But what we know is that it's still under development, but it has the potential to revolutionize the way we work and even create. So, but it's always a good idea to stay up to date on the latest advancements to see how generative AI can be applied in specific context. We cannot sit still. We'll have to be strategic. We'll have to understand. We have to be prepared in terms of what AI can do and cannot do. So in terms of features, because my standing is that you only deal with something when you fully understand it. Our scholars, the students who are in school right now, besides the other specializations that they are on, is there need to even look at AI as a complementary to whatever else that is being done? Is there need for even maybe curriculums to be reviewed so that we can be in line, instead of when maybe we roll out students from the universities, the jobs that they are going for, they're already taken up by AI, artificial intelligence. So how can our curriculums change such that by the time students leave our institutions, they are actually ready for the current and active jobs? So that is the emphasis that we need to lay on the generative AI, because if we blind our eyes on the reality, we'll develop a resource, human resource, that is not able to compete well in the marketplace. So some of the very unique features about generative AI, it creates new content altogether. It can write poems, design furniture, or even compose music. It learns the patterns and relationships in existing data, including text and images, and uses that knowledge to generate entirely new and original content. This is work that was previously being done by employees, whom, if they don't change, it means that their jobs will be taken up. These generative AI models are trained on massive amounts of data. So they learn from data. By analyzing this data, they pick up on underlying structures and rules. This allows them to not just copy existing things, but to generate new variations that are similar but original. Look at the list there. So it can be used in a variety of applications. So this ability to create new content is being used across many fields. For example, it can be used in general realistic images for design purposes, or create new drug candidates in medicine. It has gone that far, meaning that even the amounts of time and money spent on research would actually be taken up by AI. So it is that major. So why should users really adopt generative AI? That's the question we just need everybody to get asking themselves, whether employed in school, as I repeat, wherever you are, why should users adopt this new innovation? Of course, because of its new capabilities, as I've spelled out earlier. Of course, again, it boosts creativity and efficiency. We know that generative AI can be a powerful tool for creative fields. It can help artists, designers, and even scientists brainstorm new ideas and generate variation on existing concepts. It can also automate repetitive tasks, freeing up human time and effort. We know this is an area where we have had many human resource employees working full-time in data entry, in data analysis, in manual administrative works, but now these jobs are being taken up. So what is our preparedness? Again, this generative AI is giving data solutions. It can be used to create synthetic data, which is especially useful in situations where real-world data is scarce or expensive to correct. So where are the researchers? Because if we then can create a synthetic data, what about real-life data? This synthetic data can be used to train other AI models for effectiveness. So we need to set our heads rolling. So what is this big giant in the room for us, and how do we prepare? Again, which is a very good thing for us, it has economic potential. There's a lot of potential. There's a lot of potential economic benefit to generative AI. McKinsey, an economist, estimates that it would add trillions of dollars to the global economy and add thousands of jobs each year. So it is a good thing. Having understood the importance and the magnitude of this new innovation. The question that we need to ask ourselves is where and when can this generative AI be applied? I repeat, it can be used in creative fields. Very many young people, of course, are aspiring in this field. The change of the school curriculum, the CBC was supposed to address this besides the academic. Can the student, develop their creative ability and come up with totally new concepts instead of waiting for, to be an office person? So generative AI can inspire artists, designers, and musicians by generating new ideas and variations on existing concepts. It can automate the tasks. So it is a major thing. In terms of content creation, we can see the amount of growth in the social media, the TikTok. People are making thousands of money just because of using advanced technology to create content that is aspiring and it can sell throughout the world. So it's an opportunity that everybody needs to learn and incorporate that in their everyday business. I talked about drug discovery and material science. It has gone to that extent. Software development, we know software development has been a tall thing in the past, but generative AI can be a superhero for programmers because it can write code snippets, translates languages, and automate repetitive tasks. So this can make coding faster and more efficient. The other most important thing is, of course, the data augmentation. We all know that data is king in artificial intelligence, but sometimes real-world data is limited. And we saw that these models can be able to create that artificial data or synthetic data, which is essentially realistic but simulated. Financial services. A very big industry, including the banks, the insurance companies, and all that. It can be used to create investment strategies, draft documents, and even act as interpreter between clients and investors. Big business that it can be, but we need to be prepared and take advantage of the opportunities. I don't think this is going to be a time and age where we are saying there are no jobs because you can't be employed. AI is opening the avenue for people even to create their own businesses, collect their own data, run their own reports without necessarily having to have third parties. A very interesting topic that everybody needs to just get aware. So I know most people are just familiar with just a few tools that are used in generative AI. But it's very important that we get to understand and learn the scope of the tools that are in place. Basically, most people know about the chatbots, which are powered programs that simulate conversation between humans and the computers, often used for customer service or information retrieval. This is what is basically being used by most of the organization. Sometimes when you ask a request, you have the AI-powered programs, of course, responding and going through until you can actually get to a decision. This is what most organizations are actually up to, especially the service industry, but there are others. AI tools that are available. For instance, the robotic tools. I know probably in Kenya, we don't have that much, but in other countries, in developed countries, they're using robotics to do the work that was otherwise that being done by the people. So it means that there is that capability. We also have the computer vision with the computer vision tools, and of course, more so, what we all know as the natural language processing, including the chat GPT, which are already generative pre-trained transformers that is able to deal with your issues and give you the responses that you like. We have about 5 tools that can be used, and they are very powerful. And my call to the right-minded people is that we need to familiarize ourselves with this whole new concept so that we will not be caught unprepared. So having looked at that, I want to look at the impact that this generative AI can have in the job market. Because now we have seen the capabilities, we have seen what it is, we have seen what it can do. And by the virtue of the description, we can clearly say that generative AI is double-edged. Its impact on jobs is complex, with both potential job displacements and creation. So in terms of job displacement, because this is a reality, what does it mean? It means that repetitive tasks may be done away with, because generative AI excels at automating repetitive tasks, particularly those that involve data manipulation, content creation, and basic analysis. So this could impact on jobs in areas like data entry, administrative work, and some aspects of content creation. So also the standardized jobs. These are jobs with well-defined routines and processes, and are susceptible to automation. This could affect roles in manufacturing, logistics, and so on and so forth. So they are the dangers of the job losses. But the good news is that there are opportunities in job transformation. For instance, artificial intelligence will never replace the human effort. And there's argumentation where we say more than, which is basically more than complete replacement, because generative AI will augment many jobs, because AI can handle repetitive tasks, freeing human workers to focus on higher level functions like strategy, creativity, and complex problem solving. There's also the issue of the skill shift. The nature of work will evolve, definitely. And that is why we are saying, can we look at the programs, the training programs, the curriculum that we are giving, because evidently there's going to be skill shift. Jobs will require a different skill set with a growing emphasis on areas, for example, like data analysis and interpretation. That is understanding and utilizing data insights generated by AI. By AI will be very crucial. We are also looking at data and critical thinking and problem solving. Because AI excels on specific tasks, human will be needed to analyze situations, identify problems, and develop creative solutions that go beyond AI capability. So we must be ahead of AI. Our faculties must be up and working. Even if we have the output from AI, we should be able to analyze and come up with solutions that goes beyond the AI solutions that are being posed. So we also have human-centered skills, the ability to communicate effectively, collaborate with colleagues, both human and AI, and demonstrate empathy will remain highly variable. Our just previous presenter talked about AI will not replace human effort. There's no empathy, they cannot feel, they're just a machine that you're talking to. Those who have encountered maybe the call centers, sometimes you feel so frustrated where your calls cannot be answered, you're moved from one section to another, you take 30 minutes because it's a machine communicating to you. So the aspect of human-centered skills will never be removed by the artificial intelligence. Again, good news, there's job creation. There are new roles because generative AI will create entirely new job roles. We need specialists to develop manage and maintain these AI systems. Additionally, new laws will emerge to oversee the ethical. We have talked about ethical considerations, ethical implementation, and address potential biases in AI outputs. We know the results are not always factual. So there has to be people to manage that, evaluate and see the outputs. The other thing there is on job creation is complementary skills. We know that jobs requiring a combination of human expertise and AI proficiency will be in high demand. For example, AI-powered design tools might require human designers to translate AI-generated concepts into final products. However, we say that the overall impact on generative AI on jobs will depend on several factors. And one of it is the pace of technological advancement, cost and accessibility of internet and equipment. We all know that there was the primary school computer program who is monitoring to see that is getting results. We gave laptops to Standard Ones, who has been monitoring to know that these students are IT conversant. They are digitally very well equipped because they started from a very early age. There probably are no reports on that. So that technological pace in terms of its cost and accessibility is very critical. Again, we have the industry adaptability. Yeah. Some people feel that it may or it may not. Some people are just at a waiting and seeing position. Other industries have taken it, moved with it, working with it, upskilling their staff, and they are way ahead. So it depends on the way we look at the generative AI amongst the various industries. Then, of course, their government policy regarding emerging innovations are their roles. We had the Data Protection Act. How will it affect in terms of new concepts? Can they use people's data information without consent? So those policies and laws is what will guide the direction and the pace at which this will, the aspects will take up. But while some displacement is likely, that is to cap that, the focus should be on upskilling the workforce to drive in this evolving landscape. The key lies in upskilling, I repeat. Businesses must invest in training programs that equip their workforce to harness the power of AI, not be replaced by it. Thus, by embracing continuous learning and fostering human AI collaboration, we can navigate this transition and ensure a future where generative AI empowers workers and creates new opportunity. I want to look at the few upskilling strategies that could be relevant to prepare the human for the jobs. One of it is core programming and machine learning concepts. And this is a generative AI is rooted in, so equipping employees with a foundational understanding empowers them to interact effectively with AI tools. The other one is data management and analysis. Those are the upskilling strategies that can be adopted by right-minded organizations. Because AI thrives on data, upskilling in data management, for instance, in correction, organization, and cleaning, and also data analysis that like interpreting the threads and drawing insights is very crucial. This will allow employees to leverage AI effectively by providing it with high quality data and understanding its outputs. The other area, strategy that can be used in upskilling is a generative AI literacy. This is understanding the capabilities and the limitations of generative AI. And training can cover areas like, we call it prompt engineering, that is crafting clear and conscious prompts to get the desired result from generative AI tools. There can also be training in bias awareness. There can also be training in ethical consideration. We talked that at strength. Human-centered skills, also very key. And this will encourage, of course, upskilling in critical thinking and problem solving, communication and collaboration, and also in creativity and innovation. So there's a whole new concept around the strategies that can be used to empower the people to take advantage of AI. Lastly, of course, is the normal continuous learning. The AI landscape is constantly evolving. Is to encourage a culture of lifelong learning by providing access to online courses, workshops, and conferences on generative AI and related technology, so that we are not overtaken by technology. I'll just talk about a few companies that have adopted generative AI. They have not downsized, and there's higher productivity. Employees are even happier. For instance, our local company, Safaricom, which is our leading network mobile in Kenya, it utilizes AI in several ways. Their mobile money platform, M-Pesa, leverages on AI algorithms to analyze customer data and offer tailored financial services like microloans, a saving product, credit, and all that. We've not had an instance where, following adoption of artificial intelligence, that we have had losses, that we have had job losses or even financial losses. They actually are even more efficient and effective. So that is a demonstration that organizations and businesses adopting AI will achieve more in terms of productivity. So what was the upskilling strategy that Safaricom used? Safaricom recognizes the importance of a skilled workforce. They offer internal training programs and partner with universities to equip their staff with data analysis and AI literacy skills, ensuring employees can collaborate effectively with these evolving technologies. We also have another company in Kenya. It's called Ujuzi Kilimo. Ujuzi is an agri-tech company that uses AI for social good. Their platform utilizes machine learning algorithm to analyze soil data and provide Kenyan farmers with personalized crop recommendations. This not only improves agriculture productivity, but also contributes to food security. Again, they have empowered their employees through training for better output. We also have another company in Kenya. Just a few examples. It's called Era Health. So Era Health is a healthcare company leveraging AI to improve healthcare access in Kenya. They use AI-powered diagnostic tools to analyze medical images, enabling earlier detection and treatment of diseases like cancer and cardiovascular diseases. You know, these diseases have been a killer disease in Kenya because sometimes cancer is diagnosed so late, there are no symptoms. Cardiovascular diseases are silent, are killers because there are no symptoms. But you know, with kind of AI in place, it means that through the diagnostic tests that one is able to detect these conditions very early in life and of course manage them. So AI is really coming to offer value. Of course, this empowers doctors and improves overall healthcare outcomes. So it's a good thing. Good in Africa, in Nigeria, there is also a fintech company called OWAC Technologies. It utilizes AI-powered chatbots to automate customer service interactions in local languages. We know communication has been a barrier, especially in a country like Kenya, where we have almost, so many different dialects. People cannot understand. So sometimes even when you're on radio, you want to pass information, you do not know what language to use, and some illiteracy levels are so, low. So an AI that is able to change the automate and change instructions into the local dialect, of course, comes in very, very handy. We are all aware, even in programs that we see, of course, Western speaking in local languages. This is all the power of AI, and is an industry that is making money and lots of money. So the examples are many, and this is an indication that this is the way to go. we cannot sit back and assume that this new innovation is not with us. The way to address this thing is to go for it, empower everybody with knowledge so that we are all able to effectively use AI. Other examples, even globally, in Rwanda, we still have an organization, a healthcare startup that utilizes AI for checking basic symptoms in medical consultations. Very empowering. In hotels industry, Hilton Hotel also uses AI-powered chatbots for inquiries, and it frees the employees to do other value-added tasks, and that brings efficiency and effectiveness. IBM also launched a comprehensive AI skilling program for its employees. This being proactive so that they are able to interact with systems and the tools to be able to offer to be aligned with the industry. In the banking sector, the examples are there, the examples are many. So I think we have an open plate that we need to just fill it up so that we are prepared for the future, because I think technology, innovation, no one will stand on the way. Sometimes we say it's like a lever. When you try to close it over, it will land to the next stream. So we cannot wish it away. The thing is, we need to embrace it. We need to be prepared. And in conclusion, what I can say is that the future beckons a canvas painted with innovation and driven by sustainable spirit. A generative AI and other emerging technologies are not harbingers of job displacement, but partners in progress. By embracing, upskilling, and fostering a culture of human versus AI collaboration, we can unlock a future where innovation thrives alongside sustainability. Let us not be passengers on this journey, but let us be architects, the storytellers, the ones who shape the future, where technology empowers humanity and progress respects the planet. So together, let's ensure this era of innovation becomes an era of shared prosperity and a sustainable future for all of us. So thank you very much. That is my brief presentation on sustainability, innovation, generative AI, and the future of jobs. So thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pauline, for that insightful topic. What I get from that speaker is that we have AI, and as educators, there is the need for us to reorient our curriculums so that we are able to produce graduates who will be aligned to the emerging job market. The other thing that I've gotten from the speaker is that AI is not coming to replace the human effort, but it is coming to augment the way we do business. And hence, there is a need for us to be ready to upscale our business and embrace AI so that it can lead to a future that is sustainable and that we are able to share, to have what she has called shared prosperity. Thank you very much. And we look forward to having more collaborative engagement with you. So this time I'm going to turn the platform to Dr. Omondi so that he can guide us in the next program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are doing well. I wanted to get to know, because if there are any questions, please let's get them. You could still put them on the chat. We still have an opportunity, and Pauline is still here for a while. So if you have any question, we'll put it out there. We want to get to a time where we also get presentations. There are paper presentations that we had lined up. I would want to know so that it can help us to know whether we split and go to different rooms, or if it's something that we can cover in one room and just limit the presentations. I would want to find out if the presenters are here. I would want to just confirm that the people who are supposed to present are available.
Excuse me, Dr. Omondi. We're supposed to have a paper before breakout session. There's one paper before breakout sessions. I'm looking at the program.
This is what I'm saying. We want to check if we have to do breakout sessions.
Okay.
We want to confirm if we have the presenters. If we don't have to, then we can have them all in one session without having to break. That's what we want to check. Thank you, Prof. So can we confirm that the presenters are here? OT, please indicate if you're there. Just lift your hand. Let us know you're there. Leonard?
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Chalo and Isaac Gachanja, your paper ready? You're there?
Yes.
Okay. Leonard Ouma Mrogo?
Present.
Okay. And Felix Kipto Chesigor?
Present, Dr.
Okay. And Leonard, you people have two papers?
What?
Okay. Then there is a paper that was withdrawn. So then Dr. Masharia?
Yes, we are there. Thank you.
And Margaret Wangui Muriuki? Margaret Muriuki, are you there?
She withdrew that. She's requesting to present more.
Okay, and then Purity Mwenda. Okay, so in breakout room B, we would only have one paper. So could I then request that one paper that would be in breakout room 2, we move it to the breakout room A so that we stay within the same presentation?
Excuse me, Dr. Omondi.
Yes.
Onyango was replaced by another paper from Dr. Kilper, Dr. Muniu, in breakout room B.
Oh, I don't have them in my schedule, but that's okay. That's well noted. That would make them 2. I'm asking this so that we can reduce if we don't have to go to different rooms. If we stayed in the same room and ran the program smart, I think we could finish them in good time. I wanted to get that. Chair of conference, please let us know. There are 2 presentations in breakout room 2, and there are the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's one that was to be done before the breakout. Please give advice. Do we still break?
How many are those?
There are 2 now that would be in breakout 2, room B, and in room A, we would have 1, 2, 3, 4 papers, but there's a paper that was hanging that had been scheduled before lunch. So those are 5, and then the other 2.
If we can allocate 1.5 hours to all these papers, we can do them in one.
Yeah, with your permission.
Yes, Joseph Mushiri?
Yes, I would propose we still remain the breakout, A, B, then we subdivide. We can push one paper to panel B.
Okay.
I support Dr. Mushiri.
Of course, in the interest of time.
Okay.
We do
All
3-3.
right. So we do 3-3. So because there are 2 papers to be done, there's a group that was to do 2 papers in one group. I would then ask that the second paper by Leonard Ouma Mrogo and Prof. Peter Kihara, but they will be in this group and then they will have to join the next group. That will be difficult. Okay, let's then have the first paper. In 10 minutes, we do that first paper. Then we can now get to the breakout. Let's keep the way they are, then we will move only one group. I'll just consult shortly and we'll see which paper to move to the next group. So if you're ready, that is Leonard Oti. Please do your presentation. We are giving 10 minutes and this is being chaired by Dr. Jane Kinya. Are you in?
Yes, I'm in.
Okay, this is your job now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I want
kindly, let's try and keep time, yeah? Their time allocated, we utilize that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to invite the next presenter on the floor. This is a paper presented by Leonard Oti, Lawrence Wanjau, and Humphrey Omondi. So the title of the paper is Linking Power Innovation Promoters, Service Quality Practices, and Performance of SACCOs in Kenya. So can take the floor. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Daktari. I believe you are getting me. The theme of the sub-theme where we are working at our presentation on is drivers of sustainability business operations in 21st century. And the title of the paper is Linking Power Innovation Promoters, Service Quality Practices and Performance of SACCOs in Kenya. We are talking about, we are going to look at how power innovation, who are these power innovation promoters, how do they drive business? And how does it relate to the performance of SACCOs in Kenya? We are saying the SACCOs, we are saying the innovation promoters. Who are these innovation promoters? The power innovation promoters, who are they? In simple language, these are the board of directors who run organizations. They are the policy makers in the organization, and they are the decision makers and the policy makers in the organizations where they operate in. And one of the things is that they normally give direction to the employees, the management who are working within those organizations. Again, in the topic, you could see the service quality. What is service quality practice? The service quality practice, we can see, look at it in terms of what a customer expects, and when he receives the service, then how does a customer perceive the service he has received? So we say a firm may be characterized with high service quality provision when it meets the customer needs, and then also remain competitive in the market or the industry where it operates in. Yes, I'm also saying that for the SACCOs can also, because as firms, they also need to remain competitive. So we must, the performance is used to assess the implementation of sustainable development strategies which they have in place for there to accomplish what they are intended to do. The problem, we are saying the innovation promotion in business enterprise is facilitated by operators. These are the promoters of the organizations. Anything that they do against which is not going to assist them attain their objective may impede the smooth running of the businesses. The board of directors, as I earlier mentioned, who are also the innovation promoters. And when I say innovation promoters, the creative ideas that this board of directors have, when they are commercialized, they become innovations in these organizations. So if the board of directors take inappropriate decisions that may interfere with the operations of those organizations, failure by the power innovation promoter to play their role may lead to low performance over underperformance of the organizations. This study was meant to link the performance of power innovation promoters vis-a-vis the performance and the innovation promoters, and we also bring in the interaction of the service quality. What services do they have? They offer, do they offer them to the best, such that this can be only approved when an assessment is done. This study is based on the one theory called the promoter theory, which was put forward by somebody called Witte in 1973. He says in an organization, there is need for a careful division of the labor within the organization, because here is a case where one is involved with the product development, one is with service delivery, the other one is the processes involved in the product development in an organization. There must be different persons to undertake these activities. These people they are different people. And we are saying one person cannot conduct and cannot be involved in product development, service provision, other processes, and then we could say that person is enough to undertake the activities, innovation activities in the organization. We are saying there should be a different persons called promoters who will be involved in different activities of the organization. They could be technological promoters. They could be process promoters, power promoters, and even expert promoters. You cannot mention the issue of the circles without mentioning collective entrepreneurship. We are saying the collective enterprises include companies, partnerships, cooperatives, and cooperative is circles is a subset of cooperatives, which is a collective enterprise. So collective entrepreneurship is a function of collective actions. They do their activities together. They share their risks together. They invest their money, the capital, whatever they have together, and they share the risk together. Again, they share returns if they get together. That is the, what you can see is the conceptual framework. We have the power innovation promoters, who in simple terms are the board of directors managing these enterprises. Then the service quality practices, and then we have the power innovation promoters independent variable. Service quality practices are the moderating variable, and the performance is the dependent variable. So the study is aiming at linking the three together. The study employed the use of cross-sectional survey with the unit of inquiries were 151. Sampling frame was SACCO Society Regulatory Authority. That is the sampling frame. The data was analyzed. The hypotheses were tested. We have two hypotheses which were tested in this study. And SPSS and AMOS was used in analyzing the data, the primary data. Structural equation modeling path diagrams for the objective of this study was used to determine the direction and strength of the factor. There you can see, you are able to see a path diagram with a beta coefficient value of 0.66, 0.066, which shows that there is some relationship. The relationship that exists if the power innovation promoters improves by 0.66, then we expect the performance of the SACCOs to improve by the same margin. Looking at the table, there's a table below which we'll see. We realize that the critical value, the critical ratio is greater than the set score, the normal distribution score at 0.05 level of significance. And therefore we say the contribution of power promoters, innovation promoters to performance of SACCOs is significant. You can see from the table, the critical value is 2.349, which is greater than 1.96 at 0.05 level of significance. Therefore, the effect, that is for the regression weights of the power innovation promoters. That means there is a significant effect of power innovation promoters on performance. So the critical ratio, this is just what I'm just repeating that. The hypothesis number one, the NILA hypothesis was rejected. And the conclusion of that power innovation promoters have a significant effect on performance of savings and credit cooperative societies. Now, moderation of the service quality. When we will look, we look at the results in the model one, where there is an interaction between SACCO, the power innovation promoters and the performance of SACCOs. We have R square of 0.04, which implies 4.4% of the variance in performance can be explained by the same variance in performance. The R square change, P value had a less than 0.05. The R square change in the model 3 due to the simultaneous. When you introduce after the interaction of of power innovation promoters and the performance, when you introduce service quality as a moderator, you will realize that the R-square change in the model 3 to the simultaneous introduction of the term was 0.0066, which means there is some effect on that interaction. And that is the table I've been talking about. The path diagram also explains the same. Now, service quality prices do not have, that is now the second hypothesis. It do not have moderating effect on the relationship between the power innovation promoters and performance of SACCOs. We are saying the regression weight of the interaction between service quality practices and promoters and performance, the critical ratio is 3.64, and p-value is less than 0.05, which means it is significant. The null hypothesis was therefore rejected, and conclusion drawn that service quality practices have a moderating effect on the relationship between power innovation promoters and performance, hence a significant effect on the performance of SACCOs. Conclusion. The study concludes that linking of power innovation promoter and service quality practices and performance is a sure way of enhancing collective entrepreneurship. Having entrepreneurial cooperative societies in Kenya will reduce, we know that will reduce poverty among Kenyans. It is therefore recommended that Board of Directors of the collective enterprises, the SACCOs, should play their rightful roles for the success of collective entrepreneurship in Kenya. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Oti. That paper comes in handy at a time like now when we have very many fintech companies in the market. So I want to appreciate your presentation very much, because when I looked at the title, I was now wondering, power innovation promoters. So I was curious to really get to know who are these promoters. And after this presentation, many of us will agree that your presentation was very, very informative, and maybe to present a question to you is now that we have quite a number of fintech companies in the market, and introducing now the service quality, is that what is now going to help our SACCOs? Because when we look at our SACCOs in Kenya today, they are challenged, because when you look at the process of getting loans from our SACCOs, at times it becomes very, very lengthy. So I believe this is what now this particular paper is trying to do to ensure that the issue of our SACCOs are not done away with. So the other take that I take with from this presentation this afternoon is the issue of collective entrepreneurship concept, a very, very informative concept. So I want to appreciate that very much, because when you look at SACCOs, it's a matter of bringing people together so that we can all bring our monies together and be able to harness on numbers. So I want to appreciate you and the team very much for that particular presentation. So thank you very much. Back to the chair, to the MC. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jane. We appreciate that. And if you have other questions that you would want to pose to the presenter, we ask that you put them in the chat. We'll be dealing with that. But we want to break into the two rooms. I'm told that Mwendwa, who was not there earlier, has now joined in, so that we have 3 people for the room B. So I think it will still be okay to have just the room A and room B. Now, I want to check if Dr. Gishuki is there for room A. I know Kiumbe, I saw you somewhere there. You were supposed to be the rapporteur in that group. And then in group B. Anyway, we will move, and we'll see if one is not there, then somebody else can stand in for them. Chair, you wanted to say something?
Well, thank you. We need to agree about the time that we are going to allocate for the 6, are they 6 or 7 papers? We were to stop at 3:30. Now I can see it's what, 2:38.
Dr. Kamau, we can't hear you. Dr. Kamau, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me the rest of the?
You are very far, very faint.
I think I'm losing my voice, and I'm saying we need to agree on the time, and the time that I can see allocated for this presentation is 1 hour, and we are at 2:38. So can we be back at 3:38? So the chairs for the respective groups kindly manage the time, because it's like we are not really controlling. We need to moderate the time. Thank you. So Koros, kindly create the rooms. Koros, are you with us?
Dr. Kamau, they're already there on the screen. You can join any breakout room. It says join breakout room. So there's A and B.
Yeah, they're already there. They are here. Click on the breakout rooms and it will give the choices A and B.
Oh.
Click on the breakout rooms, then it will give you A and B. So if your paper is in A, you click A. If your paper is in B, you click B.
Prof, where is that? I cannot see where I'm supposed to choose so that I join.
You see the icon for more with the 3 dots?
Eh?
Just click it, it will direct.
I have. Join breakout rooms. I go to B.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Bye.
I think we are all back. And see 5 participants. And I want to thank you very much for the participation that has taken place today. I think we'll stop at that point. Any business, you're going to transact it tomorrow. And I would add, if you're presenting tomorrow and you're still with us, kindly prepare PowerPoints, not more than 15 slides. We are really taking time. We are presenting a whole proposal to some of us, which is not really very good. Let's adhere to the time allocated. That is 10 to 15 minutes. Tomorrow I can see we have so many papers. There are some of us who have pushed the papers to tomorrow, and we need to stop at the time that we have scheduled to stop. So thank you so much. I will ask one of us to pray. I don't know whether Dr. Mondi is still with us, and if he's not present, I'll ask Dr. Regina. Okay. Thank you. Let's take over.
Okay, let's pray. We thank you, Lord, for being with us and for the time that you've given us through the presentation right from the morning. We thank you for grace. We had asked for good connectivity, which you have given us, and we are grateful. Even as we plan for tomorrow, we pray that you keep us well. Even as we'll be finishing the program tomorrow, we'll be careful to give thanks to you. We thank you for strength, even for the chair. Thank you for resuscitation of her voice and strength back to her body. We thank you and bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 Good evening.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
See you tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Amen. Thank
You
you.
too.
You too.